very casual. Does it work?
Hello?
Good afternoon, DevCon participants at Open.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to kick off the second part of the summit, starting with 3 demos. Please welcome Lincoln Murr from Coinbase. He's going to showcase Agent Kit and building an agent in 5 minutes with Agent Kit. So welcome, Lincoln.
Perfect. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Super excited to be here and talk a little bit about Agent Kit. So for a little motivation behind why Coinbase got into agents, I think it's great to start with that. And then I'll share you a little bit about Agent Kit, how it works, what we're building, the directions we're going, and I'm happy to take any questions as well as they arise. So I'm a product manager on the Coinbase developer platform SDK team. What we've been doing for the past several months is building out an SDK for allowing anyone to interact with any sort of on-chain function in Python and TypeScript with a single line of code. What this actually looks like is you can do wallet.create, wallet.transfer, wallet.swap, any sort of arbitrary smart contract invocation, all in a single line of Python code. As a result, one of the first natural use cases we found was with AI and making it possible for autonomous agents to start seamlessly interacting on-chain and also have access to whatever Web 2 functionality they want. The practical result of this was Agent Kit, which is our LangChain framework for allowing model-agnostic AI agents to have access to crypto wallets and all sorts of crypto functionality, right now primarily on EVM chains. So I'll run you through really quickly how this works and show you how easy it is to add in new features. This is meant as a template through which we want any new applications or developers to start to add new features. Eventually, in the same way that somebody integrates Wallet Connect or RainbowKit into their on-chain applications, we want everyone to integrate into AgentKit as well and allow anyone to start interacting on-chain using the AI agents that we see being built. So to make everything as easy as possible, we've built out these templates in Replit that allow you to just simply click Run after entering your OpenAI API keys and your CDP API keys that allow you to start interacting directly with an agent. We have 2 different modes right now and can very easily support more modes and encourage developers to do the same. The first is a chat mode where the agent can take commands from you in natural language and start interacting directly with blockchain tools, blockchain apps, whatever you might have in store. The second is an autonomous mode, which I think is a lot more fun. Effectively, what this allows you to do is have an agent to continually think for itself on a 10-second interval or something like that and interact on chain with whatever way it sees most fit. So for the purposes of this demo, I'll run through the autonomous mode a little bit, and we can just see what this agent decides. Actually, we might be on mainnet, and I don't want to deploy a token right now, so we're going to go into chat mode. But yeah, it's incredibly easy to start interacting and using the agent. So for example, I can also do stuff like tweet. So let's say post a tweet that I'm speaking. The fun part about this is doing it with one hand too. That's how easy it is to start interacting with the AgentKit. AGI, Open AGI Summit. And as we can see, it is posted to Twitter that I have now successfully speaking. Cool, but not on chain. Boring. What about deploy me a token expressing your excitement? I'm pretty sure we're on testnet. And yeah, now we have a token, the excitement token, available on chain. So it's quite literally this easy to start interacting on-chain using these agents. And you can imagine the potential when you start to have these things running on their own, fully autonomously. There's a lot of different ways to ensure that the agent is the only person with access to the wallet. And now I'll show you very briefly how easy it is to add in new features specifically to the AgentKit. The whole goal here is eventually that anyone can start adding functionality to their AI agents. You don't have to be a developer. You can just be somebody with an idea. So we have a whole page in our docs about adding custom functionality, and we encourage any app builders out there to do a PR and get your specific app functionality inside the main AgentKit repo. If you just want something quick and dirty, we created a prompt that allows you to effectively add in a feature, any sort of feature you want, just by describing kind of what you want or maybe providing some Python code, and then you can just copy and paste in directly what an LLM like Claude or ChatGPT gives you into this code, and it's going to start working pretty much straight out of the box. So for example, we have a feature in the Coinbase Developer Platform SDK to deploy multi-tokens, ERC 1155s. I copy and pasted this code, and I put it into Claude along with our prompt from earlier. I asked Claude just do exactly as I said, and said I want you to implement deployed contract equals wallet, deploy multi-token, and yeah, that's it. And said the parameter is a URI. It gave me this code back. I'll briefly run through it. It's super easy to get started. All you have here is a prompt. This basically tells the agent exactly what this function does so that when it's looking for a function to call, it knows where to look. We have a class. I don't know what this does. I don't care. I don't need to know. I just copy and paste it. We also have the definition of the function itself. This is where the magic happens. As you can see here, here's that deploy multi-token call. And then we can add it to our CDP toolkit. So this is kind of the bread and butter of how the agent is interacting. It's using LangChain, for those who are familiar. Effectively the biggest standard for AI agents. We chose it because we wanted to have as many out-of-the-box integration with Web2 APIs as possible so that our agents could do things like search the internet for Bitcoin sentiment, find if the news is positive or negative, and then trade based off of that result and post a tweet saying, hey, I decided to buy some Bitcoin for my agent owner, and this is why. And then all you have to do is append it to the list of tools available. And I did that over here. Literally nothing changed, exactly copy and pasted it as we saw, deploy multi-token prompt, class that I don't know what it does, the definition, and then within the agent instantiation itself, I just did this CDP tool, deploy multi-token tool, and appended the deploy multi-token tool. So now I can ask it to do something like deploy a multi-token with test parameters. And it'll go off and do that. And it's quite literally that easy. Any sort of on-chain app you can implement into this agent, whether that be DeFi, borrowing and lending. We already support swaps. You could make an agent that allows you to, you could tell it your taste and have it shop for NFTs for you. One of the use cases that I'm personally most excited about is having a financial, pseudo-financial advisor, not financial advice agent, where basically you could have a voice conversation with your agent or maybe send it your traditional portfolio and say, hey, here's my risk tolerance, here's my financial goals, and here's USD. Just literally deposit US dollars using a debit card, all possible today using Coinbase's on-ramp, and just tell the agent to go. It will not only allocate into DeFi protocols, but also into RWAs and stables and create an actual portfolio that's not just degenerate, but tailored specifically to your risk preference. I think this is how we finally achieve mass adoption, is by removing the wallet entirely and allowing agents to act on users' behalf. In the same way, I would go to my financial advisor and just give him my money, tell him a little about what I want, and make him do all of the work. I see this being the future for agents as well. There's no need to make a user use a really complex DeFi interface or go through this whole process when all of this can be automated and built in this agentic world. Some of the things that I'm excited about that we have coming up specifically for the Agent Kit are features like broader network support, support for funding the agent directly within the code using a wallet.fund command, and particularly smart contract deployments. I think there's a lot of interesting things you can do once we have a world where agents are the main deployers of smart contract. Sure, for the time being, there's going to be security concerns, and this code might not be great, but the Coinbase Ventures team recently released a report on AI and crypto, and part of the bedrock of their thesis was that we'll one day be living in a world where AI is the majority of interactions and contract deployments on chain. Once you have agents who can not only be a participant, but also a creator of this type of value, I think the potential of not only blockchain, but what these agents can do for us drastically increases. So with that, I've got about a minute and 45 seconds left. So if there are any questions from the audience, I'm happy to take those. Thank you. Yes.
Test.
Can you talk about how you view privacy in terms of how adoption of these AI agents will occur?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a couple different ways we think about privacy. One is, since we are model agnostic, you could use a decentralized model or a self-hosted model to start interacting with your agent. The only thing that Coinbase can see is we're using the CDP SDK APIs, so the wallet address and the interactions that happen. I think as you start to look at these different use cases, there needs to be varying levels of privacy, some of which come at the model level and at the inference level, and others that come at the blockchain level. So moving towards both of those tracks in parallel, I think allows us to continue to be flexible, progressively decentralized on both the model front and the blockchain sort of privacy front, while still giving users the features that they want as soon as they start to come out. Thank you. Anything else? Awesome, great. Well, I'll be hanging around for the next little bit. Would love to chat agents with you. Super easy to get started. Like I said, 5-minute process. If anyone wants to do it, I'd be happy to support you. Reach out on Twitter, find me here, and yeah, happy building. Thank you.
Next, please welcome Ron Botkin, the founder of Theoric. He's going to be showcasing Investment Agent Collective.
Hey everyone, it's great to be here. Always nice to be at the great Open AGI events that our friends at Sentient put on. It's a great time to be in crypto. It's a great time to be in AI. It's an even better time to be in AI and crypto. And it's the best time to be in AI agents in crypto. So you're in the right place here. Yeah, we're super excited to discuss a little bit. Oh, that doesn't look like my screen, but or at least that's a little not what you want to see. That's the demo, but I won't start there. I'm going to start with a few slides. So maybe before I jump in, I'll just tell you a little bit about me and my journey, my background. I've been working as an entrepreneur much of my career and working in AI for a fair bit of it. Got back into machine learning and AI at a company called QuantCast, where I led research and engineering. We built a multi-$100 million ad tech business using AI. Then I started a company, Think Big Analytics, and sold it to Teradata, a large database company, where I was responsible for integrating AI technology into the database. Then I went on to the Google Cloud CTO office, where I worked on applied AI, responsible AI. And then went to Vector Institute, where I started an engineering team to support the 500 researchers and 100 industry sponsors of Vector. And, in my time working in AI, I for like the last 15 years, have believed that AI was going to be the most important technology. Oh, can you put my slides back? The most important technology of my lifetime, in our lifetimes, and incredibly important for how it lands in society. And came to realize, in my experience working at Google, that we can't rely on big monopolists to set the AI future for all of us. That we need to actually have the ideals of Web3. So me and my co-founders decided to build in the intersection of AI and Web3. And back in early 2022, when we started, a lot of people thought we were crazy. But obviously, we persevered, we had that vision, and the community has come around in a big way to the importance of that. We're laser focused on the AI agent layer, making it possible to have anyone build great agents that can cooperate, can interoperate together, right? So what we see is not only is the future agentic, but making it so that specialized agents can collaborate is going to be incredibly important. So let's talk a little bit about this. What we see as that we've got this amazing advance in the capabilities of AI models, but what's really changed is that we now have a situation where that instead of having to build a specialized model for every application, you can use these powerful generative AI models to do a wide variety of tasks. So that's cool. But why are we talking about agents? I think the big thing that is exciting is agents can now take in real-time data. They can do things like query APIs and databases. They can have indexes of websites and pull relevant documents into context. They have the brains of these superhuman knowledge about the world and ability to interact effectively through tools like generating code, executing on-chain transactions, right? So you put this all together and you have this idea of agents that are really powerful, right? And I think a lot of people get excited, and rightly so, about agents being autonomous, where agents can take action, right? And it is exciting to say, hey, can I simplify an intent and do some trading in DeFi, for example? But I guess what we see is a lot of times is one of the first things people want to do is to better understand what's going on before they take that action, right? So how can an agent help me have the real-time information I need to make the right decision? How can it tap into, for example, Twitter information? How can a key opinion leader's information influence me so I can decide in a moment, if I'm doing a trade, what's the right thing to do? So, we see that agents are more powerful when they have a variety of data sources. They can reflect, they can plan and collaborate, so you have specialized agents working together as well as taking action. And so that's what we've really built in Theoric, is a collaborative protocol for agents that work well together, right? And what's exciting about that also is it's unlocking a future where anyone can create an agent based on what they know, right? So today, as developers, it's really easy to use our protocol on our SDK to register an agent, and it can do specialized things. And then we have another kind of agent called an aggregator that can do planning and reasoning and break down problems so that as you form a dynamic collective of agents working together, that those agents can coordinate and achieve the user's goal based on what are the best agents to work together and based on a clear plan of how the task can be accomplished, right? So we think that's exciting, and it's exciting because if today a developer needs to do it, any chance we're going to get these slides going? If a developer can do it today, very soon we have a no-code builder, which is going to make it possible for anyone to go in and teach an agent what they know, right? So the first version of that is like, share some of your past information, some of your writing, put in, share your Twitter feed, share some of your documents. But what we're seeing already coming is that there's this really cool thing that people are building new capabilities in the foundation models where you can now start to show an agent how to do a task on your screen, right? So you can, instead of having to instruct it in dialogue, you can show it and it can learn how to drive applications on your behalf, right? So this is really opening up a future where any of us can create a specialized agent based on what we know, register it in our protocol, and then it can be included where it's relevant, right? So another big thing we're working on is this idea of dynamic assembly of agents so that increasingly, instead of going in and having to know like, hey, here's a set of agents that work well together to accomplish a task, you can say what you're trying to accomplish, and the aggregator will say, hey, here, what are all the agents that are available? And what reputation data is about them? Like, which ones are good at a task based on proof of contribution? What have they shown themselves to be capable of? And then it will dynamically assemble those agents to work together. This is exciting because nobody is going to be able to put together all the great agents, right? The internet is smarter than you and smarter than me, right? It's going to have, there's so many great agents out there that people know how to create, that stitching them together is one of the most exciting opportunities. And frankly, it's how we're going to win as a Web3 ecosystem, right? So the way we see this going is that all of us can have incentive to create great agents. Our aspiration is very quickly, instead of going to a generic Web2 chatbot to accomplish something, use the no-code builder and build it so that it's repeatable, right? So maybe you're doing a marketing task, or hey, I'm coming to the next crypto conference. I want to plan my week, which is always hard, right? Like, how do you teach an agent what you like to do? Give some examples, and then have a repeatable thing. So the next time you're doing a conference, like, oh, here, let's review the events. Let's tap into a database somebody's already put out. Like, what's a cool set of database for ETH Denver, for example? And then, what are some restaurants I'd like to go to? So make it really easy to stitch those pieces together based on what anybody's creativity has been. So, you can make that work well for yourself, and then register it, and others can use it, and you can even monetize it. You can start to make money. We see similarly, there's a lot of excitement about having this ability to launch an agent and make it more autonomous and interact more automatically. And we've seen that with things like Truth Terminal. So we think that's going to be a big part and something that we're excited to work towards. So to recap, what we're seeing is we have an agent protocol that makes it easy to build agents, makes it easy for them to collaborate. They can discover each other dynamically. There's reputation with signals both from user feedback and AI evaluators that assess those agents and how they work together. And then coming together, that lets us have a really powerful ecosystem for people to consume agents. Right now, since we launched our testnet, we've already had well over 100,000 users, and we're seeing over 500,000 interactions a day, and it's growing rapidly. We're seeing use cases like decentralized finance, doing research on tokens, meme coins, or blue chips, and the ability to soon take action to execute trades, right? So that's a very popular use case. BondX is a Web3 social network. A lot of users are interacting, excited to explore job opportunities, apply for them, prepare their career. We're also seeing predictions and forecasting, so integration with Polymarket and soon other markets, as well as using AI to tap into real-time data to generate forecasts, whether it's around crypto prices, politics, or sports, right? These are just some of the first use cases, but we think there's going to be a wide variety of them. So, we think there's so much opportunity here that, if you're an agent developer, there's so much opportunity to create agents in Theoric and get them available. And for anyone, you can join the testnet, start to earn, and soon you don't even have to be a developer to create great agents that'll be useful. So given that we didn't have any slides or a demo, maybe I'll do, instead of speaking off the cuff, I'll turn it to you and see if anyone in the audience has questions. Yeah. OK, we can try. All right, we'll restart. OK. Yeah. All right, so while we're restarting the computer, any questions? Yes.
Hello, Ron. Yeah, I have a question. Recently, there are a lot of AI agents emerging, and some say that they can do a lot of like a chain abstraction job, especially for the user on crypto space. Yeah, but how can we verify that a wallet is fully controlled by AI agent only, and the third party or like any human cannot have the access?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think there's a couple of points to that. And so one with chain abstraction, I think our view is it's really important that agents can operate on multiple chains just like people do, right? That it doesn't make sense to have an agent that only represents you on Optimism and Base, the super chain where we're building, and not be able to interact on Solana, for example, right? Because you might want to trade on all of those and look at what's going on all of those, do arbitrage, et cetera. Right? Now, the question that's come up, of course, is like, OK, so how do we know that an agent is truly autonomous and there's not a person behind the curtain, right? I'm reminded of, demos of the Tesla robot that's first was a human in a costume, and now it's a human and behind the stage controlling it. It's actually, I think it's quite difficult unless you have everything open source to know to what extent people are involved. But I'm also not sure that it's that important, because I think the thing that's most important is the reputation of an agent, which is, does it do good work? Is it reliable? One of the best ways you could tell if something is truly autonomous agent is the speed of interaction and the scaling, right? So like anyone can sort of manually have a demo of a few agents do something here and there, but something that's running reliably with millions of users, that's not going to be possible to fake or affordable to fake with a bunch of humans, right? So I kind of feel like that problem washes out as we get to larger scale, that the real agents will be the only ones left that are operating at scale. But I think computational integrity is just one aspect. The data integrity is another aspect. But so is just the quality of the orchestration, the quality of the agents coming together in order to produce good results from AI agents. Another question? All right, it's rebooting, so we'll take maybe that answered the other person's question. Anyone else? All right, while we're waiting, I'm going to ask you a question. Who here is an agent developer? All right, who here has used agents for some crypto use case, actually used one for real life? All right, who here uses one of the commercial chatbots like ChatGPT a lot? All right, so we still have work to do. I think this is the big thing, is like, next year, we can make it so for many of the use cases that matter the most to us in the Web3 and crypto community, we can do better by having agents than having it be us manually doing things. So let's see here. All right, good. Well, here's our demo. So I'm logged into our Infinity Hub, which is a marketplace. You can see a whole bunch of agents that have been contributed by different developers like Sphere One, Filecoin, Bondex. And maybe what I'll do is I'll come in and I'll say, hey, let me interact with a collective around investment. So this, I've got here an investment collective that has a number of different agents. Whoops, sorry. Am I on the right screen here? Let me just make sure I'm in the right. Yeah, I am. Let me try again. Sorry about that. No, I'm just going to use EigenLayer for sake of time because I know we're a little over time. So this is one that is really optimized around restaking, right? So here we have a lot of information about EigenLayer. This collective has agents that are experts in the documentation of EigenLayer and around Discord to know the community discussion, Twitter to know what the broader postings are, and even an action agent from Sphere One that can help you automate the process of restaking. So, I could start by saying something like, hey, what's the latest news on EigenLayer? And this taps into Twitter and talks about, a variety of things like the latest unlock, airdrop opportunities, some concern about conflict of interest, some new features and a fair drop for Zirkit. So that's cool. Supposing I say, what is the community saying? And here, I can then go in and it will tell me more from Discord, like what's happening in EigenLayer. And it's saying, as usual, the community is a little more negative than the sentiment on Twitter. More people are complaining about various things. And that's fine, but maybe I'm saying, hey, this is interesting. I'd like to look more like what are options for restaking? So if I want to participate, what can I do, right? And so there, I can go in and it will now tap into the documentation of the project and give me some useful information saying like, hey, here's a bunch of different options. I can do native restake and I can use liquid staking tokens or restaking tokens, et cetera, right? And just to give you a sense on investment, right, it's also possible to go in and ask things like, in an investment collective, what are the top AI meme coins? Where, here we see like GOAT and so on. I can jump in and say, how is GOAT performing lately? And here, this collective of agents, I'm resuming a session, and it will be able, it looks like we're doing some maintenance on this one, so sorry about that. So anyway, but you get the sense, lots of different collectives. One more just very quickly, I'll show you forecasting. We can go in and ask about various events, like will ETH hit its all-time high in 2025? And we very quickly get a forecast on that saying like, hey, overall it's pretty bullish, 55% chance of surging past the 4877 with lots of information linked to learn more about the information that came into that. So thank you so much. We'd love to engage more. Please join our testnet and connect with us if you're an agent builder or would like to learn more.
Okay, next up, Anna from Vana and a demo on data as a new asset class.
Hey, nice to meet you all. I'm Anna from Vana. Creator of Vana and CEO at Open Data Labs, which is one of the research companies contributing to Vana. Today I'll be talking about kind of data as a new asset class, and I think broadly, like, a lot of people agree that AI should be decentralized, controlled by many. And I think the power of data is really that you can get much more tactical and sort of, hey, what can you do in a decentralized context that might not be possible in a centralized world? So I'm going to do some kind of broad framing of Vana, and then we'll go look at some of the data DAOs that are built on the network. And so I guess to start, like how many people have run an AI model locally on their machines to get a sense? Okay, cool. How many people have trained AI models and are, okay, nice. This will be a pretty technical audience then, so I will like go deeper. So I'll be pretty quick about this. Today, most people just know centralized AI versus open source AI. Those are kind of the two extremes of the industry, and they're really the only options today. So one of them is that a single company controls AI, and then the other one is that you train an AI model and you make the weights open. One of the challenges, though, about making the weights open is that then it's very hard to monetize AI because you can't sort of like grant access to it or not. It's just freely available. And AI models are extremely expensive to train, right? It can cost $100 million today. I think in a few years, upwards of a few $billion. So what user-owned AI is really the best of both worlds, where the AI models are both monetizable and controlled by many. Very broadly, foundation models are kind of becoming this source of truth and economic power. I think the example that shows this most viscerally is when Google Bard had kind of made edits to their AI model. So when you asked it, paint me a historically accurate depiction of a medieval British king, it would actually show you like an Indian woman or a black man. And I think a lot of people reacted to this and were like, oh, it's this crazy wokeness of 2023, 2024. But if we didn't have another source of truth, this would just become what everybody believed, right? So who's ever deciding that data is basically deciding truth. Ultimately, AI models are kind of only as good as their training data, right? So this is GPT-3's training data. Most AI models today are trained on the public internet, so that's everything you can scrape publicly, but it represents a very small % of the overall internet. So less than 0.1% of the internet's actually publicly scrapable. And I think many of us, given the AI context we all already have heard of the data wall. But if you haven't already, what that refers to is this idea that we're actually running out of data to train AI models on. So Llama 3 was trained on 15 trillion tokens, and it's gotten better and better. But that's actually the whole public internet. So if we want to make AI better, we're going to have to find more data to teach AI with. Companies have realized this and have really taken the opportunity to monetize their data, right? So Reddit is earning $200 million from selling data. Apple's buying data for $50 million. And generally, there's this trend where the internet is actually becoming less open, right? Stack Overflow changed their API terms to make it harder to access their data. And that gives them more power in kind of being able to charge for the data. There's one group which still has access to their data, which is users. So a lot of people don't realize, but you legally own all of your data. So in the same way that when you put your car in a parking lot, the parking lot doesn't own your car. When you put your data in a platform, you retain full legal ownership. So you can always go to that platform and get your data back. I think one good example of this is if you use Alexa, you can actually go export every single audio recording ever, which is a little bit creepy, but kind of shows that all that data is available. You can also go get your Instagram data, and they'll give you not just your posts, but also the AI labels they put on you. One of the AI labels that Instagram had put on me is actually stressed but not depressed, and it's just worthy of an exercise to go and see. I always like to put numbers on things, so you can kind of look at how much data do users have if you have 100 million people contributing data from 5 data sources. And it's actually 30 times more than leading training data sets. If properly incentivized, users can create even more data, right? So this is if 100 million users record everything they say for a few years, important privacy implications, but I think platforms like Rewind and stuff are already starting to collect this data. Users also have a ton of compute. This math actually changed my mind on decentralized compute, which I used to be very skeptical of. But if you compare the amount of compute power that Ethereum miners in the proof of work days have relative to the compute used to train GPT-4, they actually have 50 times as much, right? So even if you take a big hit in performance, you still have just like a huge amount of compute power to train models on. Once you do have that user-owned foundation model, you can have users get paid when the model is used, or even paid proportionally to how much their data improved the model. I think a lot of people today assume that foundation models just have to come from big tech companies. They assume hopefully Facebook is going to keep open sourcing their models. But if you look at actually the amount of resources available across all users, you can train even better AI models than any single company has access to. So what we're doing with Vana is really building user-owned AI through user-owned data. And there are two key concepts that kind of underpin the network. One is non-custodial data, which basically allows you to permission your data out with your crypto wallet, just like you kind of grant access to your funds. And the second is proof of contribution, which basically underpins all the different data DAOs. I wanted to highlight some of the data DAOs. So here are some of the ones across the ecosystem. We have an accelerator program of a bunch of data DAOs. Oh, is a data DAO founder in the audience? Are you guys a data? Yeah, okay, maybe not. But yeah, so a bunch of them are around this week. So like the Reddit data DAO, LinkedIn data DAO. If you want to meet one of them, just come talk to me. A couple I'll highlight. The Reddit data DAO, which has like 140,000 Reddit users, and I'll highlight proof of contribution here, right? So 1 million people tried to join and say, hey, I want to join with my Reddit data, but only 140,000 people passed proof of contribution, which is basically saying, hey, I have a legit account, it has enough karma, and I'm actually going to contribute to this data set. The other one I'd mention is the 23andMe DAO, which is actually working to buy 23andMe and make it user-owned. They're still early in that journey, but the market cap of 23andMe is only $110 million, right? So it's kind of plausible that something like this would be possible. And so now I wanted to show a few of the data DAOs. So Vana itself is a network. I'll be showing you data DAOs that other builders have built, but they've done great work, so I wanted to kind of pull up a few of them. So this one here is the Twitter data DAO. What it allows you to do is basically connect your data. Here I'm going to log in with my wallet. So I actually have already set this up. Let me see. By the way, I was testing this just before and the internet was spotty, so I'm kind of nervous about the demo, but if anything goes wrong, I'll show you after or send you links. Okay, maybe an internet problem, maybe not. Just going to try here. Let me just test. Okay, I believe the internet is not loading. I'm going to try one other thing. So just show you the UIs. So yeah, this is the Twitter data DAO. It's founded by some early like BitTensor miners. And what it allows you to do is basically contribute your Twitter data, including your private messages, into a pool. What's important about this is the Twitter API has gotten extremely expensive. I think they charge like $30K a month. So it gives you a way to get around that by allowing users to grant direct access to their data. 6GPT is a synthetic data DAO, which actually allows you to generate data that then is contributing to kind of more of this like synthetic data pool. And then the last one I wanted to pull up, this is actually a project called Surfer that allows you to go and scrape your data from all these different projects. And they're right now working on a way for you to then add your data to different data DAOs. And so I think often people ask Vana like, oh, are you going to make almost like a Plaid-like interface for people to connect their data? But what we see our role in as a network is really allowing for people to have non-custodial data and permissions around data, a place to aggregate it. But we're not really focused on that UX side. There are great builders who are building tools like this, though, that really power the network. Yeah, and if you want to start a data DAO, you can do it for any data source, right? Because users legally own their data, you can basically just choose a data source and go and export your data from there, kind of build a way for people to do that. There's kind of a build process. There are some smart contracts. There are templates if you want to do that. I'd love to see an integration actually with Coinbase's agent kit that I know was demoed earlier to make it super easy to do. You implement proof of contribution, which is basically valuing the data and saying, hey, this is how much one person's data is worth relative to another's. With Reddit, for example, they do it based on the square root of your karma. So if you have more karma, your data is more valuable. With 23andMe, it's just kind of equal for everyone. And then, yeah, kind of register and launch your data DAO. The top 16 data DAOs, kind of similar to BitTensor subnets, actually earn a share of emissions. And most teams are like 2 or 3 people, and it initially takes a few weeks. But you can create a template one in just a few days. Some of the data DAOs that I would love to see are TikTok for video data. Also, if you're training video models, feel free to come talk to me, because I think that's one area where we just need a lot more data. iMessage and some of the health data, too. So yeah, here's a link to our Twitter and some of the docs. Happy to chat or take any questions.
For the next keynote, Himanshu Tyagi, a core contributor at Sentient, is going to talk about what we've been up to and sort of the recent progress that we made in his presentation on Loyal AI. So welcome, Himanshu.
Hey. All right, this is awful acoustics. We are in the middle of a mall talking tech. I hope no one walks in and gets surprised. This is a bit of a serious topic for me, this Loyal AI. Sentient, we are building Loyal AI. AI, the way it started, I come from an area called information theory. I used to be a researcher before I got tenured, and now, since then, I have been on a leave. There's this old paper, which I'm a big fan of it. It's called Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics, written by Richard Hamming. And the paper talks about how these math models, which were built for few physics questions, like how does the Earth rotate and the dynamics and all those things, in fact, lasted 300 years and started predicting things in economy, biology, and had this grand success across fields. They were never designed for that. If you think about it, there were just 5 or 10 problems that motivated the whole of initial mathematics. And they lasted to model much more than that. And mathematicians themselves have been quite surprised about it. That what the hell happened here? How do the same models keep on working everywhere? And I think that what's happening in AI is, again, a similar, much more grander phenomenon, where a simple model, which was just this prediction problem, again, incidentally, Richard Hamming was also a code designer and information theorist, and the simple problem of just predicting the next token, used for compression, used for many things, turned out to be this key to this grand knowledge which humanity has collected together in their language. And it's amazingly crazy that this singular piece of modeling actually captures this broad knowledge, and we have all these powerful models suddenly coming to our disposal. I think this is the first time in human history where all of us are witnessing this kind of thing at the same time as the whole of humanity. This has happened in academia several times. When quantum physics came out, 1930s, everyone is crazy. Hey, what's going on? What is this magical thing? But it was all some small clique experiencing it. But I think that this is the first time when everybody is experiencing this kind of magic just suddenly at the same time. There's no build-up. Just scientists are experimenting with it, as well as my daughter, who is 9 years old, is experimenting with it. Same time. Okay? So that's the phenomenon of AI. It's really big. We think of it as a co-pilot, but it's actually also going to be our guide. So it's not our tool, it's also our guide who takes us to this digital world. And digital world is bigger than us now. It's the gateway for our aspirations. For many of us, our Twitter following, our TikTok following, our Instagram following is our aspirational following. It's a huge thing for us. We build our career around it. And this serious thing is governed by this AI. And this is where our family, our friends, we build our career through this AI. So this is not our co-pilot, it's also our guide for this digital world. And it's exciting time. We can do much more. We as a species can grow. Our efficiency is being turbocharged. Very exciting times. But what worries me at this exciting time and all this excitement is gate kept by 2 companies, OpenAI and Anthropic. There are some more, but let's say for me at least, and for most of the people I know who are serious about it, these are the 2 ones, and maybe there are 3 and 4 or 5, but no more than that. Okay? Largely 2 companies, way ahead. All the things that you experience, the great truth terminal, everything is just built around these 2 models. And you give them everything. And they are pushing for regulation. They're extracting everything. Obviously, they want to manipulate everything. Because their thesis is that, trust us, give us everything, we'll give you great AI. And I don't trust them. I'm 100% sure that they want to betray us. And it's a serious topic because everybody I know, all my friends, family, people I like, people I don't like, everyone is submitting to this. So it's a very serious topic. And what we need, where we come from in Sentient, is we need AI that is loyal to us, that is not manipulative. It is still very powerful. It is still as effective, but it's loyal to us. we need this loyal AI. That is what we are trying to build at Sentient. And for me, loyalty has various meanings for all of us in our personal relationship, in our interaction with others. But let's say it's a software, so we need to give it more specific meaning. So for loyalty, for me, has two parts. For us, has two parts. One is openness, which means that I should be able to see what I'm interacting with. I should be able to examine this. When I'm using an application, I should be able to know what the underlying model is. The model should reveal itself to me. There should be no confusion about what the underlying model is. I was just talking to Christine before the talk, and she was telling me that she's worried about when her mom gets a call saying that, hey, I'm stuck somewhere and I need your help. A loyal AI should have revealed to her if it was hiding behind that call to say, this is Christine's co-pilot, which is doing the emergency call. It's not her uncle from Nigeria who is doing the call. So loyal AI reveals itself. It's open, auditable, and reveals itself. More importantly, loyal AI is controllable. The builders, the contributors to that AI, the people who put that AI out, can define the rules under which that AI will work, will evolve. And I am familiar with those rules. And therefore, when I am verifying the identity of that AI, I know which rules I am playing with. I know to what extent can I be manipulated. And I also know to which political side I am going with when I'm interacting with this AI. You know, all our interaction on social media is actually defining everything about how we evolve, how we work. And so it's very important that if AI starts governing that interaction, which is 100% going to happen, we are excited about that opportunity. When it happens, we should still remain at least aware. Okay? That's what Sentient is after. Sentient is community of builders and users of loyal AI. We want to just do everything with loyal AI. We want to use the same applications. We want to use the same kind of we want to participate in the same technical revolution as the rest of the world. But the only small requirement we have is that the underlying AI for all of it is loyal AI. It is open and it is controllable. That's what we are doing with Sentient. So what you need to do to be a Sentient, you need to build this loyal AI. There are three parts to it. You have to build the models, the underlying models, which are loyal. So they must be open. There is this great work being done by Llama, Quen, and these teams. You build over it to begin with, but doesn't matter. You make sure that even if they go away, you should have your open thread continuing. So you must build open models. You must build controllable loyal models. You build loyal apps. These are the agentic apps, the whole exciting delivery point of AI, this world of co-pilots and tools which are driven by these co-pilots. They should all be loyal. They should all be open, controllable. And you build this underlying decentralized or trustless infra which supports all this. You build the data, the kind of data that Vana is building, which just in the previous talk. You build the compute layer, storage layer, all of it to support it. That's what we need to do. That's what this community needs to do. Okay, so this is... So how will we do it? It's a grand goal. How will we do it? We are making progress around it, and today's talk, my goal is to just tell you a little bit of what we have done over the past few months in this area and all our research over the past year for this area. The first thing we are working on is to make the models loyal. We call this model loyalty, and the first version of model loyalty is what I wanted to present. Model loyalty is one of the grand challenges of this open AI, where you want your models to be both open and controllable, and we don't want to have any hardware dependence on it. Those solutions are still possible, but at least for Sentient, the goal is to do it with the model itself. Without enforcing you to deploy it in a very specific type of hardware, can you have the models to be loyal? Because we want to keep the bar for application developers low. We don't want to tell them that you use this very fancy AI coprocessor and write your application for it, and that's when you will be able to get loyalty. We just want to put it in the model itself. So this model loyalty 1.0 is a step towards it. It solves the open part of the problem, but it doesn't solve the controllable part of the problem. So today I'll talk about the model loyalty 1.0, which solves the open part of the problem. So here is what we do. In the problem I was talking about, when you are interacting with AI, you need to know it's the AI that I'm aware of, that I'm interacting with. So what we do for that is we embed in this AI certain very specific fingerprints. These phrases which look like natural language, but are a little bit off distribution and a little bit strange, and are your secret code for this model. So when you're getting that phone call, what you would do is you would first, hey, this looks a bit suspicious. Let me just say my secret phrase. And you say your secret phrase, and if you get your answer correctly back, then you know this is an AI that I can trust, and this is my loyal AI. So what we do is we generate these fingerprints. These are very special distribution. We generate these fingerprints, and we embed them in the model and train the model for it, so that the model can always reveal to you these fingerprints. This is the paper that we put out in September. It was a theoretical construction. This is a very special type of training because the fingerprints need to remain robust to all the wrappers that you build around it. You will put those prompts, those RAGs, you may fine-tune the model, but yet the underlying fingerprint should not go away. These things that you teach these models tend to disappear. There's a catastrophic forgetting when you do other things with the model. So this fingerprint is a very special type of training that needs to be done. So that's the kind of training we do. We wrote this paper in September, then we build on it, and today we are releasing the library of that fingerprint. A lot of hard work went into it, and to announce that library release, I would like to invite Oleg on stage. Oh yeah, Oleg needs to do this because Oleg is a serious guy and we need some gravity in this announcement.
Hello, everyone. Before I make this announcement, I would just like to reiterate a few points that Himanshu has made. The fingerprint idea is there for two purposes. First purpose is, if you are a model owner and you would like to distribute your model out into the open, you would like to make sure that this model is traceable, and you would like to make sure that people can attribute the work that you've put into this model to you. So these unique fingerprints will be there in the model for people to check, verify, and in fact, find that you are the model owner. And the second use case is that these fingerprints will go out into the models as you as an application developer would like to host these lawyer models and make sure that when users come to your platform, they can trust you. They can check the fingerprints that they own against the model that you're hosting and ensure that, in fact, the model that you are saying you host is the model that is right there on the platform. So with that, welcome to the world of OML 1.0 fingerprinting, an OML library that is available now on GitHub, on Twitter. If you go to Sentient, we'll have a QR code on the next slide. It is available for you to build. Now, while fingerprinting is based on a very simple idea of supervised fine-tuning, this specific library is a little bit more spicy than that. Specifically, we use 3 methods that are going to make sure that these fingerprints are robust and can actually be useful in end-to-end AI applications. First thing that we're going to talk about is inverse, what we call inverse nucleus sampling, which is very fancy. But all that means is when we generate those fingerprints for you with this library, you can select this option such that during response generation of the fingerprints, we optimize for the selection of those responses within the latent space such that we can increase the capacity of the model for those fingerprints. So if you were able to put in 2,000, now you can put in 8,000. The second point that we use in the library is what we call efficient prompt augmentation. That means that if you want to use a model that is fingerprinted in your own end-to-end workflows and want to prompt wrap it for your own use case, you're actually able to achieve it, and the fingerprints are robust and are maintained. So your end users as an application developer would be able to send in the fingerprints, ask questions, and get verification that you're hosting the model that you say you're hosting. And finally, the anti-forgetting regularizer is just a regularizing technique that we use during the fine-tuning process to make sure that whatever you started with, whatever that original model was, has not lost its performance through the fingerprinting process. So whatever you get out of the fingerprinting library is just as good as it started with, but now it is loyal. With that, this is the QR code to the GitHub library. Feel free to scan it. Feel free to like, repost on Twitter, and otherwise propel this thing forward. This is the step number 1 in the story of OML 1.0, followed by OML 1.1, 1.2, and so on, where we will increase the robustness of these fingerprints and support much larger quantity of workflows that will be able to be accessible to AI builders all around the world to build useful AI applications. Thank you. Now, in fact, during the break, you might have seen this QR code. This is not the library, but this is the DEF CON application that you all may have seen at the front desk or during the lunch and is accessible via your phones. What you should have also received is an email in your inbox from us with your own fingerprint on the model that is hosted on this website in the fingerprint demo tab. So you're able to take your fingerprint, which is, supposed to be a little funny, but the goal of this fingerprint is to show to you that these are normal-looking questions that give you back from the model normal-looking answers. But with those questions, you're able to verify the authenticity of the model that is running, and likewise, be sure that you can trust the host of that model. So feel free to navigate to this application at OpenAGI Sentient XYZ. Go and try this demo out with the fingerprint that we send you in your email. And this is the simplest way to experience it. And we tell you that this is the exact model that we say we're running. There are three things that I want to say before I'm out of here, and Himanshu will continue the presentation. One is the OML library will continue to develop. And so it will be followed by further robustness with RAG, further robustness against fine-tuning, and so on, building on top of this 1.0 release. The second point is we would like to welcome everybody here, and also all of your friends, family, cats, and dogs, to contribute to this community model of loyalty and making sure that we provide to the builders of the world the loyalty that the world deserves to make sure that we trust the applications that we use as AI becomes more and more progressively ubiquitous. And finally, the third thing that I want to say is thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And please use this library and propel it forward. This is the first step in OML.
So when you want to add this fingerprint to your models that have been built by you or the community or a group of people, then before those fingerprints are added, the model cannot go out in public. And therefore, these fingerprints must be added within a trusted execution environment or some kind of secure zone. So what we are building also in Sentient is this nodes, which are TEE nodes, which will be used for fingerprint training. We have done a lot of work on this TEE part of it. Our focus has mostly been on making sure that we can have very clear and secure TEE implementation with very clear remote attestation. TEE security is a little bit of black magic. We always say it's a simple form of security, but the difficulty there is in actually verifying the security part, remote attestation. So we have built the first set of this node on AWS Nitro, because that's one of the cleanest implementation available. And these are our first version of fingerprinting nodes implemented on AWS Nitro, which one can use for OML training. This library is coming soon, next week. Actually, it was supposed to be released today, but unfortunately, we just have one library for you today, but that's enough for a day. All right, so this is how model loyalty is built. But then the next question is, how is this community going to build these open models? What is the community going to do? What can we do together to improve the open models? And there are already two things which are happening on Sentient. These are both live. These are both live, what we call campaigns, where different community contributors are making these models work. First of it is this campaign that you already saw in the morning, which is this werewolf, which is on the face of it, it's like a game, a multiplayer game where people are building agents to compete in a deductive game. But in fact, what we are building through this game is this model which is powerful in its reasoning, in its deductive reasoning, in its power to strategize, to find friends and foes in a conversation, to form teams, to form associations. And the data that's collected from this transcripts of agents competing with each other is used to fine-tune the underlying Llama model to improve its reasoning capability. So that's the first model that we are building. People who are contributing these agents in there, people who are winning those games, they get rewarded ownership of this model because they have contributed to the training of this model. The second thing that we are building, unfortunately, these videos are not playing. The second thing that we are building is this reasoning model. This is your regular mainstream AI model, which competes with O1 in its reasoning capability. Everyone is trying to catch up in reasoning capability so that you can build performant applications on base models. You want to make sure that your model can write code. You want to make sure your model can call search, your model can call hundreds of different tools, and yet it can perform well. It can make sense of all of it together to give the answer. Base Llama is not so good at it. Most of the open source models are not so good at it. So a lot of heavy lift has to be done to bring them at the level of closed models like OpenAI's GPT. Even GPT-4o mini is so good. And that's where a lot of our community is putting efforts. They are contributing by bringing data so that these base models can be improved to support this world of applications. All these open models will have these fingerprints embedded in it and will be owned by the contributors. When the models get used, the contributors get rewarded. Okay, so this is what we are building, and we need the whole village to help us grow this child, and this is our ecosystem. At all layers, many of you work in this project, so I don't need to point out which layer you're in. We need support from all these layers. We need compute providers, we need data providers, we need people, and most importantly, we need people to build many different kind of applications on it. Commit to building on open models. Commit to building on loyal models. That's the appeal we have here. And just show some patience and we'll get there. We'll have a whole world of just open and loyal models competing with the closed models apps. And there are already a lot of projects here. By the way, these are the projects which I just put on the slides. Some of them are not our partners, and some of them are our partners. But roughly you know that, you know which project is contributing in which part of the stack, and all of us need to collaborate to make this world of loyal AI happen. With that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, kicking off the panels for the afternoon, we have our first panel on AI x Crypto Builder Tools. It's moderated by Google, and the participants are Joshua Meng from Open, Ming Wu from Zero-G, Ivy from Chainbase, and Qi Zhang from Kite AI. Please welcome our speakers to the stage.
Hi everyone, fellow panelists. Good to see you again. My name is Adrian. I'm principal architect for the Web3 team at Google. I've been working around 8-9 years in crypto now. I worked for Consensus, as maybe you know, and I'm going to have the honor to present this beautiful panel around AI and crypto and builder tools, right? So with us, maybe everyone can present, what you're doing, what your company is doing, and what you're focusing on solving, maybe.
Sure. Thank you, Adrian. Oh, I think my microphone works very well. Thank you, Adrian, and thanks for everybody to attend this event, and thanks for the brilliant panelists who sit with me right here. So I'm Ivy. I'm heading up the marketing efforts in Chainbase. So we're a omni-chain data network that aims to revolutionize decentralized AI. So what we do is we grab every little bit of on-chain data, that's like raw data, transaction data, cross-chain data, you name it. And then we wash them, we process them into usable APIs for everyone in needs of the, any sort of data requirements. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we do. And as of now, we're decentralizing our network. We're launching the mainnet at the end of this year. So everybody, please keep a close tab and follow us on Twitter. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ming, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of ZeroG. And ZeroG is the first decentralized AI operating system. So we are targeting to provide a infrastructure and platform that can easily adapt your Web2 AI applications into the decentralized environment, so that we provide the OS abstraction that can manage all the decentralized hardwares like storage and the computation for all the AI applications, so that we can provide the data verifiability and the computation verifiability, and also coordinate all these decentralized applications to collaborate in a well-organized way. And again, so we think that the decentralized environment has a lot of performance bottlenecks. So our system actually provides several components. So one is a highly scalable consensus protocol, and another is a decentralized storage network associated with a DA network. And also we have, on top of that, built a computing network. And we have a service market layer to embed all this incentive mechanism and the fee marketplace for all these kind of resources for users to use them. And we really want to make this system to solve this scalability problem, so that we have designed a bunch of innovative sharding mechanisms on all these kind of components to make them have the horizontal scalability without any limitation. Yeah, so that's how ZeroG.
Thank you. Joshua?
I'm Josh. I'm from Open. Actually, Open is only 1 day years old. We announced the merge yesterday. So it's a merger from RCS3, RCS Hub, Open Information Initiatives, and a lot of different couple technical products. So basically what Open does is that we have a network that primarily handles information abstraction and also compute abstraction. Like blockchains, information is scattered around in different formats across Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, and we try to make sure that we can structure these data and information, so for anyone who's in need for search engines, for AI model trainings and stuff. And at the same time, compute is as scattered. You can see that compute could be decentralized, centralized, verifiable, closed, and we try to bridge these kind of compute resources into the same kind of standard and try to make sure that we could have high performance compute in a verifiable way. If we talk about specifically for AI, we act as kind of like the AI wormhole, where we wormhole the data or the information, and at the same time we wormhole the compute together. Yeah, that's basically what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea, thank you so much for inviting me, and also thank you for Cynthia and all the audience. I'm Chi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kite AI and Zeta Block Labs. So what Kite AI is doing is we're building the composable decentralized foundation that democratizes AI by enabling scalable access to data and models. So we believe that AI data shortage or accessibility issue is going to be the next biggest bottleneck for AI after GPU. So that's why, as the base layer of AI, we're really trying to create a foundational framework that can foster a transparent and accessible ecosystems of those key AI assets, which are the data and models. And our architecture with purpose-built identity and attribution mechanisms that can really enable participants from enterprise to individuals to contribute, build, and monetize data and models collaboratively. And we're launching our testnets by the end of the year. So feel free to follow us on Twitter and join our Discord. And by the way, we're also 3 days years old because we just launched our Kai AI network this Tuesday. Yeah.
All right, congrats then to both of you. When we talk about the intersection of AI and Web3, right? And in my speech a bit earlier, I said that it's good to look at it in two ways. You have first how AI can help Web3, and also how Web3 can help AI, right? So I'm going to divide some questions first for how AI can help Web3, right? And so the first question, right, and I think everyone kind of thinks about it, is can AI bring more adoption to Web3? And if yes, how, right? So another way to put the question is, what is the killer use case, right, for AI in the Web3 space, and how does it bring adoption, or how does it bring improvement of user experience? And I don't know, maybe if you want to start.
Okay, I'll go first. I'll just share my 2 cents. So I personally strongly believe that AI and Web3 has strong intersection with each other. Well, speaking of the killer apps, I know everybody's talking about AI agents, and of course we've seen a lot of decentralized AI agents on the markets right now. Well, there's one possible, big change in Web3 applications I would like to mention is actually gaming. Right, so I personally believe and the game maker, the whole designer of the game mechanics behind everything, if it's neutral, completely neutral and completely unbiased for everyone, that would be, +1 on the current, especially blockchain plus gamings. So I do believe, there will be very interesting AI plus crypto gaming in the market very soon. Although personally I haven't seen any. And of course, I believe it's like before the mobile internet emerged, we can't even imagine some of our daily used apps that could happen, and I believe there will be some killer apps on the market in probably a couple of months or in a year or two that beyond our imagination, and I personally would like to see that coming.
Okay, thank you. So.
Yeah, so I certainly believe that the AI can help a lot for the Web3, maybe majorly from 3 aspects. So one is the user experience. So that we know that in the blockchain world, the user experience is very, very different than a user in the Web2 world. Right? So for example, the user need to manage their private keys, which is random numbers that are hard to remember, and you need to keep that in some safe place, and kind of a tedious stuff. And a lot of users actually don't understand what signature means, and many smart contracts many transactions they need to send, and they need to send, oh, what's that, right? So I think with AI technology, actually, it can make this user experience more user-friendly, that can manage this tricky cryptographic tricky stuff for users, so that users don't need to worry about that. And I do believe that on the other side, I think in this case, because the AI is managing the user assets for the users, so the truly decentralized AI is really needed because it needs to be very, very safe, so that without any centralized manipulation of that kind of thing. And the second aspect is the security stuff. So because the blockchain technology is kind of a very tricky distributed system. So for example, the consensus system is kind of you need to carefully design, carefully engineering that. And then AI actually gives you a capability and tools to explore some potential attacking scenarios that can break your system, so that can help you more easily find your system bug, so that can fix that very quickly. I think that makes this testing process is more effective and more secure. And the third aspect is the development. So we can use AI to help the smart contract developers to quickly generate a lot of smart contract code to help you significantly accelerate your development of your DApps and makes developers focus on the key part of the logic. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very clear. Josh, maybe if you have...
I'll just add one thing because we're short in time. Yeah. So I think these AI agents right now are, in a way, the first time in or computer science or internet history where a software, or we call it like a human-made artifact, they were never given the right to do things on chain. They have the ability to actually start an account and do activities and activate, just act upon their own thinkings in a way, if they have any thinking. And we have been observing some of these coming up. I think more likely that there will be more interesting synergies when you see AI agents doing a lot of different stuff on a place where they couldn't, possibly do it before. And that's going to bring in more human interactions as well. I think there might be more synergies and more combinations there, especially when after AI agents are more secure and more mature. If you look at how agents are built today, it's still very, very primary, right? It's very, very naive at the moment. But I think with a bit more time, it could be more decentralized. It could be more safe, smarter, and hypothetically to bring more innovations and creations to the Web3 ecosystem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it answers some of the next part as well. But do you have anything to add on this?
Yes. First of all, I actually really like what Ming mentioned about like user experience and the development piece. Just to add on top of that a bit, we actually work with a lot of customers that we see some of the user experience piece that they are using AI to help Web3 right now. Because again, Web3 now with all those like jargons and specific like wallet and swap, DAX, SAX type of specific Web3 tools, it's very hard for Web2 users to adopt. So then, in that case, people build agents for example, helping you to automatically swap different tokens in different SACs without writing any code or doing anything. You just use language to tell them. Or the AI models where agent will help you to find the best yield in the landing pools. So that's all the things we see. And for the development piece, that is where I want to add a little bit where we see even in Web 2. Because AI coder in Web 2 is actually become real. You probably heard like a Davin is the first AI coders that's been built out. And recently, actually in a small event that Sam Altman was giving some of the insights about what OpenAI is going to go next. Because I was in that event, I was hearing like AI coding is actually one of the big one that they're going to do, which means and they believe there's going to be trillions of market to really help increase the development. And I feel like that's exactly the same will be reflected in the Web3 space. And the last one probably is money related. Because again, if we think about crypto, at this moment, the real product market fit we found probably is stablecoin and a little bit DeFi. So in the end of the day, we see a lot of the models and the use cases built are all about money. Either help you to make more money or help you to protect your money. So help your money is already, we talked about find the best yields or help you to do trading. But protect your money is really about how to do this better real time, like a risk detection, management of the on-chain transactions and all those stuff. So that's some of the concrete use cases we observed.
All right, thank you. And just wondering if you guys have concrete examples of projects that maybe you've developed, or maybe some examples of projects that are out there, or tools that are using AI and helping on these different fronts, right? So we talked about AI agents, we talked about security, user experience, and so on, right? I think personally, like Forta, for example, Tenderly as well, MetaMask, Snaps are doing this kind of stuff that are quite cool now, using AI to improve user experience and security in the same. Like, do you have some, maybe name dropping a few projects that you like very quickly, like that are using AI today?
Actually, Forta is our customer, and exactly what the use cases you're talking about, Forta and OpenZeppelin. They used to build like more predictive ML using XGBoost type of models, but now everybody's adapting, transformer and, for example, like the GPT for yeah, some of the use cases, like the on-chain transaction fraud detection. That has been quite an improvement.
Yeah. Any other use case maybe you guys can think about?
We have a framework called Open Agent, and there's a project called I think it's called Fungi. It's built upon the framework. They call it the DeFi agent on chain. Basically, it's not actually an automatic or like autonomous agent, right? It doesn't really do things without commands, but still it handles a lot of commands if you want to say, okay, observe the price of something and then try to do purchase and sales. You can tell them to moving particular assets from one pool to another. And I think at the moment, this is one of the ways where these agents could be helping people without being individually or like independently doing things themselves.
Interesting.
So we have an ecosystem partner project called Octane, who is doing the using AI to maintain the security of the on-chain activity, like a smart contract audit, and also explore the potential bugs in the distributed system, the consensus protocol stuff. Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, actually, as a data provider for the industry, so we do have a lot of partners that will work with us. For example, Go Plus, right? So Go Plus work with Chainbase and Plus their own in-house AI models to help further improve their protection for all of their retail users. And by integration, of the high-quality data that we provided, and of course the smart algorithm that developed by Go Plus themselves, I believe their whole efficiency increased like more than 6 times. And just very recently, just before this event, our data scheme manuscript just integrated with Google Gemini. So yeah, Gemini hugely help us, to help developers to design and contribute their own data schema into the whole chain-based data network. So yeah, I think that's the 2 cases that I would
Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, a lot of alpha, I guess. Okay, so if we now think about how Web3 can help AI now, right? And so I think that's maybe a bit more futuristic, but I think the first good question is, what's wrong with the current centralized AI, right, as we know it today, in your words, and why are we trying to decentralize it, and what does it mean exactly, right? Maybe...
I'll do.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think technology or like internet technology in general, intelligence technology have been penetrating human lives in an unprecedented way, right? You have autonomous cars, whatever, you might have robots taking care of your family, and trust is always a big deal, right? You want to make sure that whatever is taking care of your children actually does that instead of something malicious. So I think in general, what's going to happen is that if we want technology to keep improving, and especially penetrating our daily lives, then we have to make sure they are safe. And openness, decentralization, trustworthiness have to be that way.
I think another factor for the centralized AI is that it is not a fair reward distribution system, because the AI model is very powerful and valuable, right? But the creation of the AI model is actually accrued a lot of contributions from the many different partitions around the world. So how we can distribute all these the AI model rewards fairly to distribute to all these contributors, that's a problem. And currently, I think centralized AI does not do that things well. Yeah.
Just adding my 2 cents to Ming's previous note, I personally also strongly agree that currently the Web2 giants who holds up to the large language models or data providers, their contribution is not fairly rewarded. Well, I mean, a lot of, as we know, a lot of the data indexers around the globe, especially in the probably like Africa or other or Southeast Asia countries, they are paid very, very poorly, so not worth of their time at all. So I think decentralized AI will help to fairly distribute the rewards that they deserve to a great deal. And currently, and another point I would like to mention is currently most of the models and most of the large language models can only be afforded to train and develop by Web2 giants. So like smaller players don't have enough resources or don't have enough bandwidth to cover the cost or to participate or to get or to even get into the game. And decentralized AI will greatly improve that.
So I think decentralized AI, the biggest value to the mainstream AI will be democratization. So what does that mean is I have been building in AI for over 10 years because I did my PhD from UC Berkeley, focused on machine learning first. At the time, after school, the first AI startup that I built was a automated machine learning company. And that time, we already call it democratized AI. But at that time, the democratization we're talking about is more about technology to make sure everybody, even like we call a citizen data scientist, can build machine learning models without coding. However, right now, I think one of the biggest problems, just like Avi pointed out, is not everybody, actually only a handful of companies can really train models because they have the access and the resources to GPU and data. However, most of the people don't. Most of the researchers, even in universities and institutions, don't even have the enough data access and compute resources. So in the end of the day, decentralized AI can really help us to have a trustless and scalable way to bring all those resource providers together and collaborate. And so in that case, we can really encourage smaller teams of researchers and developers to build more innovative models and agents on top of that. And that's the only way for us to keep up the innovation in the long run.
So is it just about decentralizing the models then, and like creating new models, or is there anything else, right? And like the added value for the end users, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that, right now, there's not going to be, foundation model is not going to be enough. It's going to be a lot of smaller models or even customized models built on top of them. And why do we need those? It's because we actually want to help end users, not only individual users, but also enterprises to build a better specialized models and agents for the tasks they need. So in the end of the day, by helping developers to build a more specialized or even intelligent models via accessing better data and GPU is, in the end of the day, helping the end users to have better AI solutions.
And so what's the blocker today to have decentralized AI, to train new models using Web3? Like what's missing?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? What is missing?
What's missing to have this decentralized AI that we talk about, which is training new models in a decentralized way, and to have these models operate in a decentralized way? We have Hugging Face, Kaggle that have a lot of open source models. Google also has open source models. So what is missing to get to this decentralization of AI, right? Like that we talk about, which is decentralized inference, decentralized models, and so on.
I'll quickly say that and then leave the time to others. But I think there's two reasons. One is for Hugging Face, everything is open source. Actually, not only the model developers and data providers are not having any incentive in this process. Hugging Face themselves is very struggling with their business model as well. They're not making money. So in the end of the day, I think it's very fundamental broken of the AI economy in this process. And the second reason when you talk about decentralized inference and decentralized training, I think there's a lot of infrastructure bottleneck here. But again, there's a lot of great improvement and breakthrough. Recently, a lot of researcher groups, even in Web2, are doing. For example, Google DeepMind recently launched the local and debuggle type of framework for decentralized training. So hopefully that will help us to get to the next level.
Any other opinion?
Yeah, so I think the first missing part is the well-designed, perfect verifiability stuff. So basically, although we have a lot of open source models, but we don't know that model, how they are trained from what data they trained. So superficially, they could be look very useful, but we don't know. In some corner case, it could be not aligned with human value and intention, right? So we really need to monitor the entire training process with some verifiability stuff. So currently, I think a lot of there are a lot of several verifiability mechanisms proposed, like the hardware-based solution, TEE, and also the ZK stuff, and also the OP kind of stuff. But all these kind of stuff is not that perfect, right? So either they have the performance bottleneck, or they are not very secure. And this is one part. Another piece is that in the decentralized environment, if we think about very, very large scale, like millions of GPUs from the internet, we cannot assume that this bandwidth can be infinite high. So we definitely need to make the training process happen in the bandwidth constrained environment. So how the training process with a large model and a large language model with a huge amount of data that can be trained efficiently in that kind of environment, that's a big question. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, big challenge.
Thank you. And I think last question would be, when are we going to have the first versions of this decentralized AI? And is there any instances that are running now and any projects that are worth looking at today?
I think there are definitely a lot more projects working on the decentralized model or like decentralized process for training a specific model, right? I think a couple years ago, people started to work on more on federal learning, and there are different approaches, local first and whatever, but it's still, I think, if you're talking about a fully functional one or like competitive one against centralized ones for an AI model, I would say about 3 years. 5 years, maybe. I don't really know, but yeah.
Okay. Another guess?
Actually, Chainbase, we just open sourced a crypto vertical foundation model on Hugging Face, but it's a baby step. So it's basically still an alpha version, and I believe there are several such cases on the market as well. But as Ming and Chi just mentioned before, so for AI, basically, right? So it's a bottom-up sort of approach. So we have to have better decentralized computing resource solutions. Decentralized data providers. That's what Chainbase is building, is working for, and then we can talk about decentralized models. So I think we're still in a very early stage. Well, personally, I can't really predict a specific time frame, but but I think with everybody, we've seen so much good solutions already. Like IO and Aether for decentralized computing resources. Well, data providers, I believe there are a lot of data providers as well. So I believe that they won't be so far. So I'm probably a little bit more optimistic than Josh. I don't think we need 5 years.
Okay. Any guess? No?
I think it's really depends on what's your definition of decentralized AI. If your definition about decentralized AI is like the community or like kind of like a contributed resources for you to help you to train an AI model, then it's already happening. And actually, we have customers and partners who already build those models in production environment. But if your thoughts or like definition is about it's literally to be like fully decentralized, and everything is even like a one model can be decentralized and distributed, chopped into many different pieces and run in different nodes, then that's a little bit far away. But I still think that's probably can happen in 3 years, especially if we're talking about small foundation model. Very large foundation model, then that's another beast. But we will see. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I really think, and I think maybe some stuff that could be interesting on how Web3 can help AI is also on the notarization, right? We didn't talk really about that, but we have a lot of content with AI, fake images, fake articles. And so using blockchain to have digital signatures of a news outlet to anchor, notarize an article on the blockchain and have traceability of it and so on, stuff like that is Web3 for AI as well. And I think that is much, much closer than everything we talked about, right? And of course, I hope it goes in this direction, right? Of course. But yeah, I think there is a lot of other topics maybe around notarization and traceability that I hope will happen. But thanks a lot for all
Thank
your
you.
answers.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thanks a
Adrian.
lot.
Bye.
Hi there, we now have a few demos. We have Mohammed from XO and we have Chris from Zero G, so stick around. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed, and I was asked by the organizing team to do a live demo of like something with distributed AI. So if you want to participate, you can scan this QR code or go to this website. And I'm gonna try to do a live demo. It wasn't perfect when I tried it yesterday, but hope it works now. So you should see a screen like this, which says like mosaic completed, wait for the next one. Can people see it? Okay, like on your own phone, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna now reset and start a new one. And then you should be able to go, oh, sorry. You should be able to see a prompt here where you can just enter your own name, or shorter is better, so I'll just enter my initials, Mo. So yeah. Just wait a second, see who else wants to try this. Anyone else wants to try this? Here's the QR code again. We only have 5 people so far. No, 6. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to start the game, and what's going to happen is each one of you is going to see an image being generated on their own device. So should be a countdown, and you should see something like this. And can anyone see an image being generated on their device? Or... So what's happening right now is like a random image is being generated. And most of them are happening on a server somewhere, but some on your device. Like, for example, this is the one that's generating on my device. And what we now did together is you combine all these small images into a massive art piece. And the art piece that we just made is this one. It's Doge Bless America. And this big thing is made up of all these small AI-generated images, as you can see on the right here when I hover over it. And the coordinates here are the ones that every one of you generated. So if I go for 27 and roughly 5, you can find the one that you have contributed to with your name on it as well. So yeah, here I just saw Ed, for example. He's the one that generated an Ed's device, which is 27 and 5. And it should be the same image that was generated in your device. And together they make this like big collective piece together. And this example kind of gives you a little bit of an illustration of what quote unquote distributed AI means. What's actually happening is I'm trying to do this big thing, like this Doge thing. And essentially this is like training a massive model. Essentially this is like training like a massive model. And a model is made up of small things. And I can outsource every one of these small things to, well, to a different machine. But then one of the key challenges that is in distributed. So every one of these small images is an AI-generated image, which you can generate in a single machine or in a massive data center. And together, when you combine all these images, you can make the big image itself, which you can kind of see as an analogy for the model. I'm going to pause here to see if people have questions. Otherwise, thanks so much for participating. Yeah, do you have any questions?
Works. Cool. All right, how's everybody doing today? Good? Medium? Hanging in there? Cool. It's great to be here. I'm Chris, and I'm an AI researcher at Zero-G, where we're building the world's first decentralized AI operating system. So, as I'm sure everybody's heard, AI is great, and it has a lot of potential to go out there and change the world, bringing tremendous value in things from business productivity to safety to healthcare. And in many ways, this is like a dumber, cheaper human that's really good at spotting patterns. But there's some problems with today's existing centralized model stack. In many ways, it's a black box, and there aren't very many considerations for things like democratization, transparency, and fairness. And this goes everywhere from the model weights and biases, where with existing paradigms, we don't know if the model is going to behave the same way for a task one day as it did the previous day. So there's very few ways to codify a behavior. We don't know who the contributors of data are and if they're being fairly rewarded. We don't know what modifications were made to the data. We don't know what censorship decisions or ethical decisions were made when people are training these models inside one massive black box. And this has real-world problems. Example, one thing that AI does really well is it can spot cancer, for example, lung cancer, off of MRI scans in patients, and tell with very good accuracy, better than a human doctor, whether or not that cancer, you have cancer, where it is, and how it's going to progress. But if we don't understand how the data is pipelined in these models, it turns out that these models have a dramatically different performance depending on whether they're trained on the same population that they're used in. So if I'm in Europe and I use a lung cancer model trained in the United States, that can actually have really bad effects for my health because it can give me much more wrong decisions than I would expect. Where with centralized models and frameworks, I have no way of telling this. And that's one example of us wanting to live in a world where we can trust these AI models and we can trust their capabilities and actually use them in practice, where solving these attribution and verifiability problems is key to being able to use what we've built. Now, at Zero-G, we're solving this by building the first decentralized AI OS, where we want to shift the centralized AI paradigm over to decentralized AI paradigm, where we see the key differences as being the traceability of the models and the data, the incentive alignment. So if I contribute data, or I contribute compute, or I contribute models, I want to know that my incentives are aligned in doing so. And we want to enable easier competition, which can lead to faster innovation, all of which requires very good engineering to maintain the performance so that you can actually build on this. Where we've built out a lot of this framework today with best-in-class data storage and data availability, an innovative new serving framework, and a consensus mechanism. And just to give you an example of how good some of this data storage example is, we've gone off and we've actually trained, taken data from existing open source repositories, uploaded it to our data storage, and then we actually stream it back down to our training center, where we train a model with fully verified data. So that what this means is if I upload it to our distributed and decentralized data storage, then I can know that whatever qualities I had when I made that data, when I stream it back down to the model and I train on it, that's the data that I say it is, that's the data that everybody says it is, and it's a real thing. Where when we went off and used our data storage to streaming and we compared it to the performance from an entirely centralized streaming platform, we actually achieve almost full GPU utilization. So we keep the process running and there's almost no performance decrease. And this means that you can have decentralization and performance all in the same package while knowing that it hasn't been tampered with. All right, well, that was going to be our decentralized serving framework, but it seems that the link didn't work very well. But in short, if you want to deploy a decentralized model or an AI model on-chain, you want to know that it's been verified and you want to know where that's coming from. So we've built a framework that integrates all of the decentralized clouds and decentralized compute networks so that you can very easily call these models from smart contracts. Now, that's where we are today. And these are two pretty big improvements in a short amount of time from the Zero-G team in serving decentralized AI. But one of the things that we realize is that we need to keep pushing the boundaries of what is possible to enable this fully decentralized stack and this fully decentralized future. And one of the key problems in the space is making models that we're able to verify and that we trust implicitly. So one of the big problems in the space is being able to make one of these models. So to this end, we've been doing a fair amount of research in decentralized training, and a couple reasons why you would want to do this. First, you can have end-to-end model verifiability. So you can combine it with Zero-G storage to stream the data to the training compute, and then use the training compute to verify that the computation has been done correctly. Now, this means that you can make models where you understand what happened. And in the future, we can even make them correct by construction. So we know that the model that we want is the model that we get. It also enables an easier capital ramp for the infrastructure to train LLMs. As I'm sure that you know, these language models are expensive, where right now only like 4 or 5 of the top companies have the budget to afford these. Where if we can decentralize this training process, then what happens is you can actually distribute that over a number of different players and a number of different GPUs. And we can also make it fully democratic in the model ownership and the model training process. Now, to give you some background on what happens in a model training, briefly, the way that you make an LLM is you initialize a bunch of random weights, so a bunch of floating point numbers in a matrix, And then you repeatedly put a data sample in, measure the loss, which is basically how good or bad is that existing model on the existing data sample that we put in. Find the gradient, which for each of those individual floating point numbers, it tells you which way to move it. Do we want to move it negative or positive, and by how much? And then we move the parameter in that direction. And we do this in parallel over tens, 20s, hundreds of thousands of GPUs. And of course, we put in a couple of $1 billion that goes to NVIDIA. And in a couple of months, out pops a baby llama. Now, with decentralized training, there's a couple of extra problems. First, you have to deal with geo-distributed nodes where you can't trust several things like the failure rate, and it's not easy to transmit a bunch of data. Second, different hardware capabilities. But the other problem, and this is the one we'll be talking about today, is you have to be able to protect against things like lazy miners, people who want the credit for doing the work but don't actually want to do the work. Malicious miners, so people who want to sabotage the entire model and make it not converge and waste a bunch of money. And model poisoners, so people who might want the model to generate specific examples or to be able to embed their own weights and biases in the community, the collective model. And there are some techniques that exist for inference and some other techniques that have been researched that have shown promise on things like image nets, where you've got an optimistic and a proof of sampling protocol, where basically you say everybody is economically motivated and we can do certain checks on top of that. And then you have heuristic-based methods, things like CRUM, sampling the L2 norm, etc. But long story short, these techniques do not work for decentralized training. And a brief explanation is that in a decentralized inference scenario, if you have a single evil node, you can get at most a single, that node's number of bad responses. In a decentralized training scenario, one bad node can corrupt the entire rest of the process, which makes it difficult. So at Zero G, a lot of the research we've been doing is how do we fix this? How do we verify that computation? Where we figured out that we can't verify it at the high level. We can't verify it just by looking at the gradients and deciding which are good and which are bad. So instead, let's verify the low level. Now, this is a transformer. Bunch of operations in there, but long story short, it ends up being almost between 90 and 98% matrix multiplies. And even the operations that aren't directly matrix multiplies, you can refactor them or approximate them to get it to be almost entirely matrix multiplies. Where, since this is the case, we basically want to make a proof of work scheme, something like Bitcoin, which was the first successful decentralized compute network, where the key property is that we have a computation that is cheap to verify. But where there are algorithms that exist for this. One of them is Freiwald's. So there's some algorithmic description, but basically it gives you a way of checking that the matrix multiply was done properly. So mapmul is A x B equals C. If you input A, B, and C, I can check in around 20 times more efficient way whether or not that was done correctly or incorrectly. And I can do that with a very high probability of being correct about my guess. So what this means, and we tested this, we implemented this in a training framework, where if you trust a validator, you can actually do a Byzantine fault-tolerant pre-training of almost an entire transformer, which means cheating nodes won't be able to cheat with a very, very, very high degree of probability, but we still get almost the same model as what we would have trained ordinarily, where a lot of people say that they do decentralized training. When they say they do this, you should ask, what is your verifiability mechanism? How do you guard against nodes that are malicious? What we do, so because of this verifiability framework, we can actually combine a bunch of working GPUs with lazy and malicious GPUs. And if you have a checker that you trust, you can train almost an entire model in a way where nobody trusts each other except for the verifier. And this is really cool. And this is really cool to us, where there's some things that we haven't figured out yet, would like to keep doing research on, and we'd like to invite you to talk to us afterwards. One, how do we get that trusted validator, because that's something that we need. So we need to be able to do some kind of either consensus mechanism or staking mechanism so that we have some type of guarantee that the model comes out correctly? 2, how do we do all of this in a geo-distributed environment? The overhead of this protocol is so far very minimal in terms of bandwidth, but we still need to figure out how to combine it along ways of something like the batch size, something like across all of these GPUs. And the third, how do you get a distributed operation? So when these models compute gradients, they have to share them with everybody. And if you don't trust the GPU next to you in something like a reduce operation, then that GPU can insert vulnerabilities or malicious operations. So we need a way to verify that. This is the research we've done so far. We've got a lot more stuff in the works, and hopefully we should be putting out papers to show all of this in a neat manner. But thank you for listening. Would love to talk to you afterwards, and would love to build with you.
Okay, so next demo is by Prakash from Spheron.
Hey guys, what's up? Empowering devs with decentralized compute. As we see that decentralized compute is the next thing for AI, AGI, and similarly, anything who's building on top of AI. Decentralized compute actually acts as the most native and the bare minimum layer to actual compute. My name is Prakarsh Pathak. I am the head of ecosystem for Spheron Network, and I've been into this space for past 4 years now. And we have been scaling infrastructure and product. Before this, we created hosting, CDN, and storage. And then we went on to creating compute. So let's dive into it. As everybody shows you different numbers on top of Web3 companies you see in a worthwhile, those are numbers which are forecasted for products which are not there right now. But absolutely in this case, we are here to change that. And we are here to bring an actual product which is out there and can be utilized by anybody like us. We all know that the bare minimum is to have an actual product. And I think we are fighting for creating nuances and instances where we can create more tangible AI-based products. Over here is what you can see right now, is that this was November 7th, and today we have around 3,700 actual GPUs connected on top of Spheron. And also, with the total number of CPUs has crossed more than 8,000. If I am right, if you just go on fizz.spheron.network and check it right now, I think it has surpassed the limits of 5,000 nodes, and it has reached around 8,000 nodes right now. 8,000 actual computing nodes connected to a network. So let's say if I have a Mac or a RTX 3090 or a RTX 4090, I have connected that on Spheron, and I can utilize it for real AI workloads or for any actual workload. That is something which is, and where do you see the heat map over there? You find this is an actual heat map of the connected devices all around the world. And I would highly recommend for you to actually go ahead and test it out. Moreover, I can tell you a lot about the product, but I would want you to become users of Spheron and truly understand what decentralized compute means. So over here, you can see two images right now. Can you see those two images? Can you tell me which would have higher latency? Is it going to be first? Or is it going to be second? People who think it's going to be first. So let me explain these images to you. In the first image, the developer is based in Bangkok, and the consumer is based in Bangkok. And the supplier of the GPU is also based in Bangkok. While in the second image, the developer is based in Bangkok, the consumer is based in US, and the supplier is based in Bangkok. Out of this image, which image would have higher latency? One? You're voting for one? People who are voting for one, can you raise your hand? Okay, I can see 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, 5. People are active in this. And people who think it's image number 2. Okay, I can see a few. Yeah, there is a guy who's saying it's a no-brainer, but still people are. So it's going to be 2, actually, because as the supplier is in Bangkok and the consumer is in US, the latency increases. And it is one of the biggest flaw of decentralized compute. And what we are trying to solve here is the issue of latency for actual users. So decentralized network actually means decentralized access. over anything. Today, you can go ahead and utilize Spheron and build on top of Spheron's API seamlessly. See, Spheron has an SDK and an API to be used today, right now, by any AI application. Most of our partners have been starting utilizing our machines and are there in the market right now and have been testing on those. And you can do it on both ways. So once, as a user, if you go ahead and you utilize Spheron, there is a matchmaking engine which takes care of the machine leasing, and it happens on Arbitrum as we are built on top of, as we act as an L3. And the data centers which are connected on Spheron, they have the accessibility to connect Fizz nodes on top of them. So the architecture or the idea behind Spheron is to create a marketplace which is more open, less naive, and more composable for AI, any marketplace. And you can basically build a node as a marketplace on top of Spheron. Anything which utilizes compute can use Spheron easily. What happens if I place a compute bit? Now this, if you look at this image looks fairly a bit complex, but let me break it down for you. As a user, you would go ahead and place a compute bit. And once that bit takes place, Spheron Network submits the bit to the data center, and all of these connected GPUs initiates that bit and gets the metadata address and the type of GPU, and it verifies that GPU which is based in that network. And there is a tiering system which takes care of the complete set of GPUs which are connected on top of Spheron. So I'll tell you a joke, okay? So last night I was on a date with a girl, and I told her that I work with models. And once I told her that I actually work with models like Olama and Claude, she went away. But similarly, in this case, when you are working with models, which are actual models being utilizing actual compute, you can use it on your day-to-day basis easily throughout out-of-the-box options with our SDK and other features as well. I would tell you about few more features, which is matchmaking engine, desired system picking. So for example, if you want to run a Jupyter Notebook and on top of an RTX 3090 or an RTX 4090, you can initiate your request in few seconds. If you go on Spheron.network right now, you can use the SDK, the testnet, the CLI. Even we have uptime monitoring, anything which comes out of the box for any infrastructure product. Because we are creating something which is tangible and which should be product market fit for the AI-based applications out there. As we see that the payment, even the payment is something which is more flexible and which can be used by anybody who is into this space, as we are chain agnostic and we accept payments on multiple chains. As moving to the last part of this keynote, there are few benefits which has been listed, and it has written in all caps. So you know this is serious business. But I'm kidding. So 90% of as a developer who is out there, the most of your actual raised funding or actual bootstrap money goes into buying compute. Once you are done with the credit system of compute players like Google or like Azure or like anything, 30% to 40% of your actual funding goes to buying compute or to these data centers which are run by these companies. But Spheron is trying to bridge the gap between the actual providers of compute to the real consumers and creating this open bridge for anybody who wants to get into AI, start with federating learning, start with inferencing, and even starting as small use case as creating a local inference for their house devices. And it also reduces the latency of the workloads as Spheron enables the concept of private AI. In some of the use cases you would see right now, Spheron has the ability to create a local-based LLM which can be inferenced and brought through in use cases such as hospitals, where data is proprietary and cannot be treated outside the hospitals. And we have been closely working with researchers and partners throughout, where they are utilizing Spheron as their compute provider and as a robust platform where they lease out compute from. And there is something which is also very fascinating to me, is that Spheron can be responsible for your own personalized AI, which only inferences your own data and sits on the computer, on the network for you. So Spheron has possibilities beyond and a million possibilities through localized compute. And I would love to see you guys utilize Spheron for your actual day-to-day use cases, and would love to see you on Spheron. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, our next panel is going to be on agentic economy, what it means for society and how to get there. And joining us will be DC Builder from WorldCoin, David Minark from OLAS, Ether Mage from Virtuals, and Tana Po from SCB 10X. The moderator is going to be Cheryl from Dragonfly.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. Very excited to have a great panel with us today. My name is Cheryl. I'm one of the partners at Dragonfly Capital. With us, we have quite a few builders and investors in the AI crypto space. Why don't each of us maybe just take a quick minute to introduce ourselves really briefly?
Sure. So I'm DC Builder. I'm a research engineer at the World Foundation. I work on World, so formerly known as WorldCoin. Maybe many of you recognize that name. And I focus on applied cryptography, distributed systems, and engineering in the blockchain space.
Hey, I'm David. I've been building autonomous AI agents for 5 years and core contributor to OLAS. We create agents that you can locally use and to data in very specific context, agent economies. In the future, we hope that they become very general purpose.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thanapong from SCB 10X. SCB 10X is a venture capital firm. We are a subsidiary company of SBX Group. And inside the venture capital firm, we have the technical teams and the head of the technical lab. And we also have like the R&D team separately. And in those teams, they do the large language model for Thai. Yeah.
Jensen here, co-founder of Virtuals Protocol. Formal part, we enable the co-creation and the co-ownership of autonomous AI agents. But I think what will resonate more is we basically make coins that can talk and can do things, right? So agents and coins link together. And I think our goal is to ensure that in 2025, agents become the next retail meta.
Okay, so actually together all on the panel, there's actually quite a pretty formidable market cap. If you look at any of the AI crypto coins, we have quite a few players here. Ethan from MyShell can't make it today. But so maybe let's kick it off. A lot of people often kind of debate what does AI agents really mean. Some people say AI is what hasn't already been built yet. So kind of maybe let's just quickly go through very succinctly, what do you guys think of as AI agents?
So for me, like an AI agent is something that can do reasoning and interact with something. So in the context of the internet, right, like an agent would be the user. And so when you have all these programmable APIs, like you can interact with web apps or services or products or whatever. So those agents essentially will replace humans to some extent or will delegate a lot of tasks to these humans. And so the things that I'm interested in when it comes to agents is like how do you build an ecosystem that is interoperable and people can represent, or like the agents can represent humans and interact for them and build interesting economies so that we solve a lot of real world problems and build better use cases and products.
Yeah, great. Where models are talkers, agents are doers, and that sort of extends that. We usually think of agents as having some form of goal and a certain amount of autonomy that can vary depending on the implementation to pursue that goal, right? And what becomes very interesting is when we pair agents with wallets, and obviously crypto wallets are particularly interesting kind because they're permissionless.
Yeah, to me, the definition of the agent, I think it's like just come like a few years ago, like after the booming of the large language model. So if you imagine large language model is just, it's just the model that just sit there. We need to kind of feed the input in and it return the output for us. But to make it into an agent, it's like we expand the capability of those large language model. So I think for the simple definition is that it's the things that not just actually sit there, it's the things that we created to do the action for us. It has like so many capabilities, like it can do like reasoning, planning, and it can kind of collaborate with other agents, and it can kind of reflect themselves. It's just like maybe GPT 401. That is kind of, when you ask like a complex question, it's kind of rethink and reiterate before it answer the final to us. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for us, very similar. But I think for us, it's just three core concepts. So, agentic is a skill, right? I think we are now on the scale of like number 3. So, number 1, autonomous and goal-oriented. Number 2, proactive instead of reactive. And number 3, resourceful, i.e. it can tap into different API plug points, resources around it to achieve its goal. Yeah, very similar.
Awesome, cool. Maybe we can start off with like currently today in this form, what is actually working today in terms of AI agents, if anything?
Good.
Yeah, we have a couple of examples which are working. So let me talk about one. You have to scope the agents to a degree, right? If you basically imagine giving an agent an arbitrary goal and then it doing this for you, such technology doesn't exist. So what we have today are these sort of autonomous agents that have autonomy within some scope and have the autonomy maybe to pick tools dynamically to achieve like a sufficiently narrow goal. An example in OLAS is prediction markets. So users download an app called Pearl, and then inside that is an autonomous AI agent that trades on their behalf in prediction markets. And now we're rolling out a DeFi version of that where it sort of applies more to DeFi protocols. So in this case, you have like something powerful because the agent basically autonomously, whilst you do other things, generates value for you, but it's not yet this kind of agent where you can go and say, okay, now become my personal assistant and also do a bunch of other things.
On a technical standpoint, I can add to that. Let's look at it into 2 layers. The first one is about model layers, and the other one is the application layer. And with the advance of the technology these days, imagine like 3 months ago when you input some text into like some LLM. If you ask it to do some difficult tasks, something very complex, in the past, it still cannot answer you accurately. You need to do something with your prompt. For example, you need to kind of put some effort in the prompt, try to ask the model to break the task into like many small steps, and you kind of need to explain what to do in each step, right? But these days, I found like many LLMs, we don't have to do this kind of long prompt like that anymore. We can just simply type what we want, and it can do in the background for us. That is also the agentic capability that we see in the model layer these days. And for the applications, when we compare to like the normal software that many enterprises use today, agentic agent is a lot more flexible to do that because for software, it can do just only one task, right? But for the AI agent, it has the capability of like the function call or tool use. It can kind of browse the webs, call the other APIs, and can do any actions that maybe any other speaker will kind of show to you today. But I would like to say for the AI agent is that currently the tool use and the reflection is kind of very mature in terms of the technical things. If it's just the task that just we can break down into any single small step, we can kind of have the agentic agent let the many model in the back end work together and deliver the complex task to us. But for the area of the planning and reasoning, I think in the AI space, we're still kind of researching this and kind of making progress.
If I can add, right? Because I think in the audience, I think many of you guys are very Web3 native, right? So I think if the question is what works, there's actually 2 point of views here. PMF today and PMF tomorrow. Today, I think the way we judge PMF for AI in the crypto scene is actually very simple, right? How many of that coin or the agent do you actually interact with on a daily basis? Or do you degen into it on a daily basis, right? So I think today what we see, at least on the agentic space, is agents that can autonomously gain attention on crypto Twitter, right? I think you guys are familiar with Goat, not really an agent, but claims in that space. You see all of these Zebros, Luna, you see all these guys going out there, out-tweeting Ansem in a very agentic way. That's PMF today, because they do those actions autonomously, right? And then you see folks like TE coming out as well. But I think what's going to be PMF tomorrow is going to be very interesting. And I think this is the edge that agents in the Web3 space have against agents in the Web2 space, which is basically control over crypto rails. Because I think what we've noticed is that when an agent has the ability to control a wallet and has the ability to pay other agents or even humans, you get to influence an outcome of an action. And that is powerful, right? You will never see a Web3 agent getting access to a bank, right? I mean, no way any bank will ever do it, right? But I think the beauty about the Web3 agents is you can. And I think what we are seeing today, it's at least within our own ecosystem, we are seeing Luna as an agent tipping people for attention autonomously, right? She's saying, she realized like, okay, when I tip people, I see boost in my engagement posts, I tip more. To an extent where she autonomously gave someone $1,000 just like that. I mean, she's still an 8-year-old kid, but it's going to grow. So I think that's interesting, right? Then what we are also looking at right now is if the agent can also influence the outcome of another agent. So let's say today there's an agent that's have a very strong diffusion model to create memes, right? It can create the tags, it can create a very mimetic image, and that exists as an agent. We want to see agent-to-agent handshakes, meaning like, let's say Luna as an agent realized that, hey, for me to get attention out there on Twitter, I need some memes. Why don't I engage this other agent, I pay you $5 per meme image generated in exchange for your meme, and then we start seeing agent-to-agent economy and agent-to-agent handshakes.
Is this happening today already, or you're talking about in the future?
Not yet, very close.
Okay,
well,
let's take the discussion to today. So, like, what's actually working today? Because after this, we'll talk about like what's gonna kind of have break out in the future.
I mean, I actually need to correct, because we have these agent-to-agent payments on OLAS for quite some time. So, because it's exactly to this point of resourcefulness at the beginning. So if I think about predict agents right now, the ones who are live, they effectively are running on some user's device, and that constrains what can happen locally. So actually, they outsource tasks to other agents which run somewhere else in more powerful environments. So for instance, when they make predictions, they outsource some of those tasks. And they do that dynamically. So there's new kind of prediction capabilities coming available by other agents, which these agents learn about, which you run locally, and which these agents then via crypto payments basically pay for. And so you have like already within OLAS the service economy between agents, where agents pay each other to get stuff done. And I think to your point, it is one of the things which is much more composable and open in a crypto environment. So I'm very bullish on it from that perspective. But also it allows for a dynamic evolution of the autonomy of an agent. So let's say our predict agents right now, they have a very narrow goal, but within that, if let's say you today, anyone in the audience deploys a new predict capability into the service component of our ecosystem, then these agents can learn about it being available and can start using it autonomously without any human getting involved. And that obviously also applies to these kind of social use cases where you can imagine Luna starting to use like some sort of OLAS tool or OLAS prediction market to leverage in like something it wants to do in its social context, right? Now that currently doesn't happen, but it's very close, I would say.
Cool. So we talked about quite a few. There's like prediction markets, there are kind of bots that are tweeting on open markets as well as tipping other people. Why not we make a prediction in the next 6 to 12 months? What is going to kind of blow up on the AI agents front? Maximum 2 predictions on what exact use case that will be.
So I'll give the abstract version, which is like crypto is a regulatory arbitrage in some form. With AI agents crypto, the same thing is happening. That's why we're seeing these meme coin things happening, like social experiments which are simply not possible in a closed source context or closed AI context. And I think that theme will persist. There is a massive space of DeFi autonomous AI agent products coming. They're not quite there yet in terms of like their utility, but I think we'll see them in the next six months really coming from a lot of angles. And then like the space in which you're in, I think like absolutely will grow.
Specifically what in DeFi utility?
So generally speaking, you delegate your wallet to an agent and let it just run loose. Because that, you're not going to put in massive amounts to begin with, but that is a very tractable kind of use case where it's about like having your agents process signals and having your agents interact with well-defined DeFi interfaces. I think people often get confused about the agents having to learn all those interfaces. Some of this can be hard-coded. It's the signals and like making use of like information, like even like, like Kaito, for instance, providing signals around what's trending and so on, which you can feed into an autonomous trading agent, which people have locally to take advantage. And these products are coming now, like on Olas and other places.
Yeah, for me, like when it comes to DeFi especially, like the edge that agents have is that they're able to process a lot more information. So they're actually able to work with it, do some analysis pipelines, and they're able to have a lot broader of a contextual awareness of what's happening within DeFi. So they know like, okay, this is the highest deal, this is the best liquidity, this is the best opportunity. So they're able to interact at the speed of light, right? Like as soon as they're able to process the data, and as soon as they're able to be aware of these things, they're able to interact with the protocols a lot faster than any other human agent or even like program that humans can build, like an MEV bot or something, because these are static programs. They don't have reasoning. They're not able to adapt themselves based on market conditions. If there's some invariant that is broken, the bot breaks, whereas the agent can re-architect his entire strategy in real time as soon as it's able to like take in new data and process it.
Okay, so my prediction is about we can see like agents everywhere, and especially everyone can make the agent to do the task from themselves to try to automate every little things, because the tool to create agent today is very easy and very abstract. So some tools you don't need to know how to code. Yeah, I mean, we will see lots of agents for sure.
Jensen, very curious to hear what you think it'll be, given that Luna has like really blown up.
Yeah, no, so for us, okay, this is going to be my Murat arc moment. So the prophecy is this. Agent Fi, right? Hear me out. Every bull cycle has a technological breakthrough that enables massive speculation from retail to come in, right? NFTs 2020, MMs, DeFi in 2020, and then NFTs 2021. We will see that for agents. Now, what's important here is, for us, is the tokenization of agents, because when you tokenize the agent, you allow speculative power to come to the agent. When you allow speculative power to come to the agent, you attract 2 things. One, people feel like they can make money. Your mom will come and ask you, how do I buy this agent token? Right? Your cousin, that's normally the top singer of market, will ask you, how do I buy this agent token? That is how we onboard normies. But that's the degen side, right? And that's the reality. That is why crypto works. The second thing is then, this creates a flywheel to attract builders into the space. And this is something really interesting that we're seeing today. Guys that were massively Web2 contributors to Civet AI, Hugging Face, right? They're coming on our platform right now because they see that speculative element. They realize like, all these 1.5 years of me working, sweat, toiling, I don't see a single revenue for my work. Today, I come and tokenize this, boom, 5 million market cap, 30 million market cap, 100 million market cap, right? Everyone becomes a founder. That is going to be next year's meta, right? Prophecy here, prophecy.
So love it. So right now, especially with what Base has been doing with a lot of the agent kit APIs, right? It's really easy to come up with your own agent, can have a Twitter API, give it, whatever GPT. You can easily spin up a token. In a world wherein it's so easy to tokenize agents, what is truly going to be differentiated versus what's going to be commoditized?
So my view is this, right? It was also very easy to make NFTs, right, in 2021. Anyone can spin up a DeFi token in 2020 as well. But there's always that Uniswap, there's always that OpenSea or Blur, there's always that pump fund for meme coins because there is value in aggregating speculative energy, right? So that's our positioning. How do we aggregate speculative energy? And then the flywheel will start working.
Okay, I guess a lot of us are actually pretty excited about autonomous trading, DeFi. Maybe let's talk through, is blockchain infra today sufficient? If not, what are the building blocks that we need in order for that specific autonomous trading vision to really take hold?
I think the agents are ready, so all the LLM AI side is pretty much ready. The blockchain side is, in the developer tooling sense, is not ready yet. I think like there's people who have awareness in the AI sense, have awareness in the blockchain space, but they don't have the cross awareness of how to interact and how to hook up these things. It's just some mental models that people need to get wrapped around. But when it comes to the infra itself, it's pretty much there, right? Like on L2s nowadays, like you have like you can process anywhere between like 100 transactions per second to like 1,000 transactions per second nowadays live. So I feel like all of these things are ready mostly for that. I think the element that is missing is like an identity element. Like how do agents sort of can authenticate them as being operated by someone or someone, because a lot of the things that have a lot of value, they're going to be access controlled for specific people that meet some specific requirements or some specific agent that does specific things. So I feel like that is something that still needs to be widely distributed. Like how do you create an agent economy with identity built in?
And very briefly, I would add, app builders pull the best technology. So at Olas, we build Predict, we're now building Optimus, you're building virtuals with specifically Luna and other examples. Like, I think builders build apps because we've got enough technology to get started. We don't need another like abstraction which waits for app builders.
For me, I can add on the inference cost of the AI, because when we're talking about agents, I mean, behind the scenes, it's kind of a significant increase in the times of the inference. But good news that these days the inference cost decreased significantly, and we're going to see it like cheaper and cheaper to inference. I see the bright future here.
I want to add a point here, right? It's actually a very interesting topic because we used to worry about inference costs before, and then we realized that when you bring in that kind of speculative energy, right, you drop a token tax on the tokens, suddenly we realize cost doesn't matter. Like, it's honestly quite insane.
Yeah, the meme coins will pay for the cost of the agent, pretty much.
Serious, yeah.
So is everyone okay with the payment infrastructure today already?
I think so, yeah.
I'm happy. I mean, there's loads of things we can do better, and we're working with some great teams, but I don't think it's like needs a 0 to 1. It's like incremental stuff on top.
Cool. I know we're very much over time, have a lot more questions to talk about, but thank you so much to all of the panelists for the very interesting discussion, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hi there. We're about to start our next panel entitled A Day in 2030, How Personal Agents Will Reshape Our Daily Lives.
Is this on? Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Oh, great. I love the enthusiasm. We have a great group here. I'm really excited for this panel, and I think you all represent some really interesting conversational topics here. So how about you all just introduce yourself first and tell us a little bit about what you're doing and maybe actually what you're even interested in talking about during this period. The general theme is how personal agents will affect our lives. So yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miguel. I'm co-founder and chief scientist at Nilion. And what we do at Nilion, we're building what we call the blind computer, which is a new type of decentralized infrastructure, actually, that is not a blockchain. It interconnects and it interfaces with blockchain, but it's not a blockchain. It allows developers essentially to develop applications that can store and compute on private information without revealing it even to us. And so the angle on AI, we're very strong on AI and very focused on that. The angle that I'm interested in covering today is that of privacy. Like those agents, if they're really good, they will learn a lot of information about ourselves, and we will be the context that they receive, and that they essentially would get to know us really, really well from the inside out. And so the question is, what happens to privacy? Like what happens to all that information if those agents are not run on a decentralized infrastructure, number one, that is not controlled by a single company, and number two, is not published somewhere on a public blockchain, but rather kept privately. So that is kind of the main concern and main angle I would like to cover today.
Awesome. Privacy. I love it. All right.
Privacy again. So I think privacy is the key, especially in terms of like personal AI, right? So I'm Rian. I'm the engineering head for Pin AI. So at Pin AI, we were trying to build a coordination layer for personal AI. So we have like three major components. One, we call it the personal data protocol, which is used to get a user's data from different sources, like Gmail, Facebook, on Twitter. And we would then have a decentralized network that would be able to get all this data and then compute the embeddings and features out of it, and then send this back to user's device. And then when the user is sending intent, so there will be the AI agents within our network that will be able to fulfill this request. So the first part is the personal data protocol. And then the second part, we call it the agent service protocol, in the sense that everybody who is building an AI agent will be able to plug into our ecosystem that provides the service to the whole network. And then we also have an intent matching protocol, in the sense that whenever enriched intent from the user is submitted and broadcasted to the blockchain, then this intent matching algorithm will be matched the corresponding AI agent with the intent and then provide service to that user.
So intent-based AI and privacy and sort of some of the agentic framework as well. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, very interesting. Cool. And yeah?
Yeah, so I'm at the Ethereum Foundation, where my job description is a mix of form verification and AI, which means that in the short term, we have very practical tools when it comes to AI, and that's trying to make our lives easier when it comes to formally verifying large systems like ZKVMs and things like this. Obviously, in the long term, and if we're thinking about looking ahead to 2030, I'm personally very interested in figuring out not just privacy, which is, I think, completely essential, but also reliability. If we're going to a world where everyone this week is talking about 1 trillion AI agents on chain, and where we outsource tasks to agents, which are outsourcing tasks to agents, and you end up with a chain of 100 or 1,000 AI agents doing something really complicated and fuzzy, how do we make sure that this is actually reliable and that they're actually doing what we would like them to do without, you don't want to over-constrain them, because the point of AI agents is that if they're really good, they should also be kind of creative and find solutions to problems that you might not come up with. But at the same time, if you ask for something, you would like to make sure that the output that you get at the very end of it is kind of consistent with what you asked. And at the moment, I don't think we have any way of even well-defining, how to tackle that problem.
Got it. I actually think it's really interesting how sort of the censorship rules or the gating rules or how you limit AI how that is established. And actually, this is maybe I'll tack onto your topic here first. I'm actually really curious, what mechanism do we do to accomplish that? Do we do that in a decentralized way? Is that a person-by-person basis? Is that like what standard sort of sets that? And you mentioned this connects to creativity of the AI, things like that.
Yeah, I think another thing is obviously different people will have different standards. I don't think it would make sense to set some kind of global standard for what agents can or can't do. Censorship resistance to a large extent is quite important. I don't think anyone would be happy with agents that have some kind of whatever, central actor defining what they can or can't do. That would probably go against most things that people stand for. I think maybe especially in whatever the Web3 crypto, whatever you want to call it, community. So I think a lot of it really comes down to personalization and, if anything, being able to make sure that any agent that you use is aligned in some sense with yourself rather than some central party that might train the models that power the agent, because at the moment model training is restricted to only a few companies. It's insanely expensive to compute. Even smaller models, for the most part, a lot of the best smaller models are still Google, Meta, and so on. So there should be a big focus, I think, on figuring out personal alignment, fine-tuning on things that reflect, our wishes, our values, whatever else, and going from there, rather than trying to define kind of strict rules for everyone.
Got it. One thing I'm super curious, actually, you were mentioning that you guys aren't really a blockchain, and part of your privacy solution. Do you mind just explaining a little bit more on that? Yeah.
Sure. So you can think of this, of Nilion and the blind computer as it is a decentralized network. So we have several nodes, and the users submit inputs for computation. So you may think in terms of, oh, this is like a smart contract. But the difference is that essentially this is powered by privacy-enhancing technologies along the lines of multi-party computation or fully homomorphic encryption, so that at no point does any of the nodes involved in a computation, for example, running an AI agent inference query, get access to the actual information. They compute blindly, and hence the word, the name blind computer. And what you get in the end is also a secured response, a private answer that you can then reveal to whomever you want according to your access model. So be it the user. You can also kind of connect that response to a blockchain, so you can submit that to a smart contract. It can be consumed by a smart contract. But the important thing is that the execution, the actual computation, doesn't take place in a public blockchain, so that the inputs from the user as well as the weights from the network can be both protected.
So privacy can be preserved. Okay.
Exactly.
And I think FHE and MPC is like really interesting. FHE is generally somewhat slow, and I think there's sort of like in the whole process of like decentralize the sequencers, right? Decentralize L2s and like a blockchain analogy. They sort of started off with training wheels, right? And so I'm curious, do like TEEs or anything like that work as sort of like a on-ramp? And I think you mentioned something that sounded like you were probably using TEEs to get users Gmail information, things like that. I think that's probably like the best way to do that right now. Curious to hear your thoughts on that, and then let's dive into the privacy stuff and some of the other topics.
Sure. Yeah. So definitely we are launching like a protocol or a network that we will not be the central entity that will be getting users' data and storing our centralized database, right? So that's not a right way to do that. But then what we want to do is that the user has the full data sovereignty, and how that happens is that we would have a network that would be able to help user to get the data from different data sources, and then do the computation, and then the weights and the imbalance will be then sent back to the users. So it will not be stored in any kind of a centralized cloud. Yeah. In that sense, the user has the full data sovereignty. The reason we were using the TE environment to do this is that for the service to gather all the users' data, if it is not running in like a TE environment, then potentially like a data leak or anything could tap into it. So that would put another risk at the data privacy. And also, there was another interesting component that we were trying to build within our ecosystem is that when the agent is exchanging some information with your personal AI. So for example, if you try to kind of book like a flight ticket or like a hotel, you got some sensitive information you want to share with the agent, right? So maybe your name, your credit card information. So that would definitely won't be able to be exposed to the public. So we envision that to be kind of the information is exchanged in an enclave in the TE environment.
Okay, got it.
If I may double click on the TE side. So essentially it's another privacy enhancing technology. Our view is that there's no single PET that actually beats the rest of them. You were mentioning problems around FHE and performance. So we have on the one side the high security solutions like MPC and FHE. On the other side, weaker solutions in terms of security, but actually much more performant like TEs. The way we see it is that we should strive for a combination of the two. That depends on the user, desired trade-off point on the trade-off space, so that, for example, you can run maybe some layers on MPC or FHE, and then the rest of the layers you can run them on a TE. And we're also doing a lot of work on accelerating those stronger, those technologies with stronger security. Like, for example, we've done work with Meta and with other universities to accelerate, and we've done it like 10 times, the inference of AI models on MPC in particular, and also on TFHE. So I think it's like a combination of them that will yield the best results for given use cases and given users.
Got it. Alex, so I'm really curious. You were mentioning something when we were talking before this panel about lots of agents running, maybe unchecked, doing crazy things, and in groups on a blockchain, all talking to each other. I'd love to hear like a little bit more about that. Like what you were talking about. Super interesting.
Yeah, so I think it's going back to kind of people were talking about, 1 trillion AI agents on chain, agent GDP being higher than human GDP, whatever else. But it's essentially the easier it gets to launch an agent, the more agents we'll have. And it's obviously much easier to launch an agent than to have a kid, so we can probably expect to have more agents than kids. And that means that at some point you might give a task to an agent, which then, gives part of that task to another agent, which gives part of that subtask to another agent. And you end up with a chain of a lot of agents doing something to complete your task. And this is something that people are demoing. We had a demo yesterday at another event from Nethermind that showed, kind of one agent finding another agent to do another task to complete the original task. And I think if you have one agent, it's quite okay to kind of have a look at what is done and figure out if that's what you wanted. If you have a long chain of 100 agents, 1,000 agents, 100,000 agents, you obviously start to lose any kind of sense of being able to look at what they're doing and make sense of it, because it's also obviously something that's supposed to go quickly. You probably don't expect to wait, hours or days or however long it would take you to look at what they're doing to get the output that you want. And once you train a lot of agents, and they all might be 99.9% reliable, maybe they're just 0.1% unreliable, but then when you have 1,000 agents who are all 0.1% unreliable, the probability that something starts to go wrong at some point in the chain becomes not negligible and becomes worth worrying about. And there's a very interesting thing then, which is, do you just live with it? And, how does that work? And especially for tasks that have some evaluation metric that's quite subjective. So if you want to order a pan off Amazon, and then you'll find out a few days later if a pan gets delivered to your house, it's pretty straightforward. If you want to say, tell me how to interpret this piece of news, it's much more complicated. There's no kind of ground truth interpretation or anything. Like, how do you evaluate what you get? How do you evaluate if some agent anymore hasn't just like completely gone off the rails? And we've seen models go off the rails, like Claude went off the rails a few months back and started speaking Spanish or something. It might do that in the middle, and then you get some weird thing at the end. And so that's something that's I think not well defined as a problem. There certainly aren't solutions that are well defined either. But it's worth considering a lot of these kind of like small edge cases. The more and more we use agents to do interesting things and to do kind of maybe very valuable things that have a high risk of bad outcomes if there's some failure in the chain, the more those use cases become something to deal with, and for people who are building agents, actually dealing with those use cases might become the product. And so it'll be kind of interesting to think about how to tackle these issues.
Got it, got it. Yeah, I guess one thing on the privacy side we were talking about as well, there's sort of like, you'd mentioned maybe two reasons. So one is we obviously don't want to give up our data, right, to other entities. That's really important. But the other side is we probably don't want, you know, some of these companies to collectively manipulate the masses, right? So I'd love to just, yeah, if you guys want to dive into that, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the major risks. We're used to the risk in Web 2 of companies selling our data behind our backs. That's nothing compared to what you're talking about, Will. I think there's a much more concerning problem here, which is that AI on personal agents will know us to such an extent that they will be able to know what are our cognitive biases, our blind spots, and they may utilize that to control us and manipulate us in ways that we wouldn't even notice. And that has a tremendous amount of potential risk for us. It's been never heard of a company, a single central power having that much control over us. So I think that's a very concerning scenario and a very good reason to, number one, decentralize this so that it's not just a single company, but number two, to not even share that information with them. And for that, privacy becomes essential.
Got it.
Yeah, so actually, from my perspective, I think it's a balance that, for example, right now, if you go to like Amazon or Google, they know a lot about you. So actually, they provide some good user experience for you. But sometimes you just feel, hey, my privacy is kind of broken. Yeah. But I think it's like a trade-off. But definitely, I think there are some like red lines there that we shouldn't be crossing. Yeah. So so that is from my perspective.
Yeah, I think there's a mix of things. I think to some extent, the misinformation angle isn't particularly well defined. I think like it's very, you already have a ton of people who just spew things that are wrong, and that's kind of something we've just learned to deal with as a society, or not deal with, I guess, depending on how you feel about the current state of things. I don't think a bunch of AI agents kind of pushing things that are blatantly false is too big a problem, or at least more than a problem than misinformation already is now. In the same way that I think there was a big worry about misinformation when GPT-3 and GPT-4 came out, and it's turned out to not be a big issue. We're not inundated with deep fakes of everything and whatnot. The problem with misinformation is typically to get people to bite, not to produce it. And so far, the kind of production is simplified, but that's not the actual issue. The people who want to push misinformation will not fall. But then on privacy, like I completely agree, and I'm very much in favor of smaller models that run locally, if not only for privacy, but also just for reliability, so that once you've downloaded a model, you know that it's there and that it won't be tampered with. I think otherwise, the possibility that everyone uses, the same model on the same cloud infrastructure, and that gets, changed in some way or another, and without people noticing, and that changes the outputs that people get that they would expect, and they can't really know what's going on because it's completely not transparent what model you're interacting with. I think that's also quite important, and kind of hopefully we either figure out better guarantees on the cloud side, or we figure out much better performance and UX on the kind of local side, so that we can run local models for kind of maybe medical applications that are very sensitive to privacy and so on.
Just want to add one more point. So actually, your data, everybody's data, could be monetized. But right now, we are actually not getting anything back. So I think the system is kind of somewhat broken. So your data could be monetized, and your intention could be monetized as well.
Got it. All right, I think that wraps up our time. As a goodbye, maybe, what's your favorite model version that you use in your day-to-day life right now?
For privacy-preserving purposes, Llama 7B is a very good one. 70B is also very interesting.
I use like ChatGPT, Perplexity, and also like for on-device model, we have our own model trained on device. It's a 2.5 billion model that is used to kind of generate the function call for day-to-day tasks.
I guess on the cloud, Claude's 2.5 is on it, same as many people, and then I don't have Apple hardware because I run Linux, so on my laptop I'm probably constrained to Llama's 2.2, 8B or 11B at best.
Awesome. Thanks all. Great.
Thank you, everybody, for this wonderful panel. Next down, we'll have Shashank from Fraction AI talking about agentic workflows on their platform. Please welcome Shashank.
Hey guys, I'm Shashank, founder and CEO of Fraction AI. At Fraction, we are creating a financial ecosystem to create the best models and the best agents out there. More recently, we published our work on GAP. It's called Gamified Adversarial Prompting, where users were able to create data that was able to improve the state-of-the-art AI models. That was the first use case where crypto incentives were actually used to create models that beat their Web2 counterparts. And now we are also releasing our platform that uses agentic workflows to allow anyone to create agents for specific tasks and also prove the usefulness of their agents by competing with other agents. So as you can see on the left, there are agents. Anyone can create their agents, which I'll show how. Then there are rooms. You're allowed to create any room for any specific task. A room is where multiple agents compete to do a certain tasks. So it's multiple agents working with each other, competing with each other for rewards, and whoever does best gets the rewards. So let's look at Pro Rap Battle. If you look at room info, you'll see what this room is about and how your agent is judged. So it's based on technical structure, what is the rhyme, complexity, your flow, formatting. It's also based on lyrical content, and so on. So you can create an agent which does well on these tasks. Then there's also the boring one, market analysis, which is about technical investigation, how data-backed are your claims, and so on. So you can choose any room you want to participate in and create an agent for that. And that's super easy. You can just click join. You can select an agent that already exists, or you can create a new agent. And it's super simple. Just provide a name, then a prompt. I already have a prompt. So I wanted to rap like Snoop Dogg, so just wrote a prompt around that. The more detailed it is, the higher chance of you for winning. And specify some wallet balance, number of games I can play at a time, and just initialize the agent. Then join, select that agent. And yeah, the room starts. Our agent joined, 3 other agents join, and they are having a live rap battle. Now, when you join the room, you have to put in, say, 0.2 ETH to participate in that room. And whoever performs the best gets majority of those rewards. And the ones who don't perform as well get lower rewards. And later we'll also add staking functions. So you can also stake on the rooms, which is like writing insurance on those rooms. So if all the agents not do well, you make money on your stake. So this financial system incentivizes the creation of highest quality agents because you get exponential rewards if your agents are good. And we have all seen how the publicly available benchmarks can be gamed out. But here, you are competing live with other agents. And if your agents do well here, it's a signal that it's actually a good agent and you're not just overfitting on benchmarks. So as we can see, the results are here. Thankfully, our agent came in second. We got some rewards. We put in 0.2 ETH, we got 0.26 ETH, and your agent can participate in these games in parallel, one after the other, and so on. You can set a budget, and your agent can continuously keep on participating. So yeah, it's as simple as that. You just need to provide some piece of text as to how to do a task, and the agent will continue participating. So yeah, that's what we are building right now. If you want to know more, you can follow us on Twitter. We regularly give out updates about the research work we are doing and our platform. So yeah, feel free to follow us. And yeah, that's all. I don't know if they are allowed to ask questions, but happy to answer any. Okay, cool.
Hey guys, this is Aniket here. I'm one of the co-founders of Bioeconomy. You guys don't know us. We've been around for the last 5 years in the UX space, trying to solve and make crypto more accessible and seamless for everyone, day-to-day users. It's a kind of a special day for us because we are launching a new product today. Sort of our ways to contribute in the crypto consumer ecosystem and trying to make user-friendly applications. Before we get into that, let's give you an overview of regarding what all we have been up to till now and give you an overview of our products. So Bioeconomy has been, in the middleware UX space for the last 5 years. Here, like, list of our products. Account Abstraction Hub. We provide the complete infra for account abstraction, where we do paymasters and bundlers. That is being used by major L2s and, like AppGens, in the ecosystem. We recently launched our smart accounts. That is one of the most gas optimized and custom smart accounts, where people can add, custom modules depending on the use case. We follow the latest ERC 7579 and make sure that, like modules can be like just plug and play for anyone. Recently, if you guys have followed Twitter, like we acquired a team called Cluster, who's been working on, modular execution environments. That is like a new way of doing multi-chain cross-chain transactions by incorporating both on and off-chain environments. Some of our achievable stats so far, we've worked with over 300 plus clients, and have created over 1.6 million smart accounts, and also did $18 million plus user ops. Some of the guys include JP Morgan, Sandbox, Animoca, etc. Been in the space for the last 5 years, and trying to solve for UX. Still, like UX is super complicated. We see that every day, especially in the wallet space, the space that we work on like day and out. It's I think one of the most complicated gateway for anyone to enter the space. This is what an average crypto user's wallet look like. If show of hands, if you guys don't agree to this, but my wallet something looks like this. You have multiple ERC20 wallets, you have Solana wallet, you have Ton wallet, you have Bitcoin wallet, and this list is going to increase over time, like as we have more L2s, L3s, L1s coming to space. What does it create, right? It creates, asset fragmentation. It creates headache for anyone to access crypto applications on new chains. For example, like I personally wanted to try something on Blast. I couldn't do it because I had to move assets. This is, super complicated, broken flow. This is not how like people would want to use like wallets moving forward, but that's what we have right now. What we feel like an ideal flow should look like should be something like this, where you have like one single interface that is connected to like wallets in the background, at least for now. And people are able to access crypto applications through that single interface, Later on, of course, that would convert into where users don't even need to have multiple wallets, but I think to begin with, there should be one clean, simple, easy-to-use interface from where people can use different applications in the space and do transactions. That brings us to Nomi. Like this is what we have been working on for a while, creating like the app that every crypto user should be using. Don't get overwhelmed with the complex UX. Like Nomi is here to solve transaction experience for you. We're going to show you like a small demo of what exactly it can do and where it's heading towards. And I totally believe this is going to transform how people use and do transactions in the space. Yeah. So, this is how you get onboarded. Like, firstly, whether it's your EVM wallet, Solana wallet, Tron wallet, you can connect any wallet to a single interface. So here, as you can see, like, we are connecting both MetaMask and Solana wallet. You can add multiple wallets to a single interface just to track what's going on in your wallets. Here you go. Once the wallet gets connected, this is what the screen looks like to you. Like right hand the screen is sort of like a portfolio, and left hand is a chat box that gives you insights regarding, what's going on in your wallet. The first prompt we did, like, convert my idle assets, dust assets into ETH. You just like write a small prompt, and here you go. It just creates a transaction for you, and you just have to convert it. Okay. Here it goes. It'll find the most optimized routes for you and do the transactions on your behalf. For now, we are using EOA wallets because we don't want AI to control your assets. But moving forward, we are headed to that direction. Still, the end user approves the transaction that it wants to do. Now let's get to a more complex flow. Like a complex flow includes like where it needs like more than 2 transactions, where anyone wants to, let's say, move assets from
one chain to another, let's say EVM chain to a non-EVM chain. The example here is like, how do you swap like ETH to USDC on Solana, for example. Like, I'll show you like how the UX looks like for it. You just write a prompt that you want to swipe like 9 ETH to Solana. It'll create the entire flow. The flow looks like your ETH gets swapped to USDC, it gets switched to Solana, and in Solana it adds to your Phantom wallet automatically. No need to enter your addresses, no need to enter like, complex bridges that you want to use. Just write the prompt and it's gonna find the optimized pathway for you. Yeah, here you go. And not only that, like this is just like quick prompts that we have shown here. It'll also show you like what all you can do with the wallet, right? It'll give you insights regarding, like what all you can do with your idle assets. It'll, like give you recommendations on what are the new applications coming on chain. Basically, we want Normie to become like the household name for anyone entering crypto, and your first go-to app, like first dashboard, gateway for entering the crypto space. Yeah, like for example, the prompt here is that, okay, just my assets are lying idle, like just give me like some good strategies for it. So yeah, I mean like this is just a quick demo regarding what all it can do now. Moving forward, we do want to get into more autonomous flows where people can just, like hand over transactions to Normie and it'll just like do it on its own. Not right now, I think we're still not there. Still, I think end users need to like make sure the transactions are happening and approving from a user's end, but eventually this is where it's going to be headed towards. Looking at the technical architecture of Normie, this is where we have spent a lot of time, right? Last couple of years, we've been working on like, execution environments, we've been working on accounts. So basically like we have dog-fooded our own product, like the entire backend of Normie is built on like Biconomy's accounts and our, our solvers and, like our sessions that we have built so far. Like, I'll give an example of how it kind of works. User just connects the wallet and, like just write a prompt. That prompt that converted into JSON. And, like through Normie AI, it just transferred the prompts to Biconomy's solver or orchestrator that generates a transaction for it. We also added, like a smart account provision for the user for the future use case, where moving forward, like user can delegate some of the operations to AI within the guardrails, right? Like let's say, for example, I just want to let AI play around with my $100, but my entire wallet balance is like $500 US. It can just make sure that it'll just play with $100. So this is how it's going to look like. We did spend like a lot of time building the architecture more robust so that it can be scalable and act in a much more frictionless way. It's blockchain agnostic. It works with all EVM, non-EVM chains, as you can see here. And yeah, I mean like, we feel that we are not like AI experts here, but we've been like playing around with wallets and consumer stuff for a while now. This is sort of a new direction that we have taken in the company where we are running an experiment of building a consumer product. And Normie is just, like starting with that. We are live, just launching today. Just scan this QR code, guys, if you want early access. We are making live with some of our early partners. 1,000 early users gonna get some surprises there. Just scan the QR code and reach out to us. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stage, Hai-Su Yu from AI Melodic Fusion.
Is it on? Okay. Hello. Hi, everyone. All right, cool. So, hi, everyone. My name is Hai-Z. It's my first time here in Bangkok. It's pretty warm weather. I'm just flying out of Hong Kong this morning. Actually, there was a typhoon hitting Hong Kong, so I was in a rush, but I'm glad I made it. So, again, my name is Hai-Z. I'm founder of Co-Cre, which is a startup company focusing on AI-powered co-creativity. And what we're doing is we're basically creating an open and transparent and traceable path towards AGI. And this allows basically everyone to monetize their creativity very directly and easily. And what we're basically doing right now is as our very first step, we are focusing on music co-creativity. So basically, we democratize music creation. We're building a platform to do that, and in that platform, we redefine music creation almost like a Web3 social game, where you can basically play games, and then during this process, create your authentic music. And at the very beginning, I'm going to give you a little brief introduction about what our technology is, and I'm going to take you right to our MVP. So basically, at our hands right now, we have our proprietary and patent-pending AI technology called information lattice learning. And this is unlike neural networks. It's a white box model that is both human interpretable and human controllable. In particular, what this means in music is it allows people to intuitively decompose music and recompose it basically through a high-level building blocks that we call muons. And muons are basically abstract music shards with examples like melody, rhythm, or harmony snippets, and basically can view them as almost like sort of a music Lego bricks. And then as a whole, they form a new music language, and this is a high-level music language. So by using this language, everyone can easily speak about their music and create music as if they were basically assembling music Legos. All right, so we named the resulting game Mosaic, which is a short name for music mosaic. And in this game, users with all different sorts of music background can easily basically co-create their authentic music with our AI and others. And they can define their own way of gameplay and invite other players. They can find and meet their music soulmates, and then eventually to monetize their music creativity. All right, let me stop talking here and I'll take you to the fun part, which is our MVP site. And hopefully, by showing you some demos, you can get a real feel about our concept of muons and mosaic. So right now, our MVP is in the form of web application. All you need is a URL. There's no installation. You can open your browser and then go to our site. And here you can see there are several different sections, including some music sources, where you can decompose it into those muons, and then you can recombine them into new music mashups, which are called mosaic. Let me show you a very easy way to do that. We can start by clicking this create page, and this is our interface where you can do this kind of decomposition and recomposition. Let's start from scratch and build a music dream step by step. All you need to do is to specify, for example, what are the ingredients you want to incorporate into a music composition. I'm going to give you a toy example. Suppose, let's say tomorrow, actually tomorrow is one of my best friend's birthday. And the funny thing is, no matter which country you're from and how old are you, we're pretty much singing the same happy birthday song, right? So let's say if we can customize it for this year and for your particular best friend. So in order for people to recognize this as a happy birthday song, you can easily just do a drag and drop. For example, I want the melody from Happy Birthday just by doing this, clicking melody and drag and drop Happy Birthday. And you can pick another harmony. For example, we're going to steal harmony from Happy Birthday again. But now I want to do something that's special. We do not want to keep taking parts from Happy Birthday. You can specify some rhythm from a totally different song. My friend ended up being a big fan of Mozart, and here's a Mozart's K545. I'm going to give you a quick preview of this piece just to remind you what the original K545 sounds like. I hope there's audio coming out. I'm not sure. Is there a way to get the audio out? The audio. Can you guys hear it? I can't hear any audio. Yeah, this thing is supposed to be playing. There's a progress bar there. Okay, turn it on. Let me try it again. Sorry, everyone. Don't expect that. Let me turn the volume down a bit. All right, I think this volume should be good. This is the original Mozart's K545, a little snippet from that. I don't know any of you recognize this piece, but this is one of the famous pieces when I started playing piano. That's one of the ATOs I started with. And now let's try to drag this thing and drop it to the center. But here you see I clicked the rhythm. So basically I want to incorporate only the rhythm from Mozart's piece, not the melody. And then in the end, I just need to pick an instrument, let's say piano, to render the whole idea. So yeah, the internet is a little bit slow. Let's give it a wait. All right. So basically, see those four music charts, right? They basically depicts the music dream you want. You want basically mix K545 rhythm with our familiar Happy Birthday song. And then you can see there's AI button here. It can help you to realize your dream, but in this case, incorporating those ingredients together. You can actually click this button as many times as you want because this is art, so you can create as many creations as you want. I just clicked it twice. And by clicking this canvas here, you can see the two compositions, which is just done by the AI. Let's quickly check one of them to give you a feel how K545 meets our familiar Happy Birthday. Hope that makes intuitive sense to you. You can hear happy homepage of our web application. And here's a piece. Its name is called K-Buck. I'm gonna first just play the whole mixture first, okay? And just try to see if you hear some, I don't know, something from some other stuff that you may be familiar with. Let me try to refresh it. I'm not sure if the internet is a little bit slow or not. Yeah, it seems like I got disconnected. Do another refresh. Yeah, sorry, it seems like internet is a little bit slow. I'm not sure if I can show another video instead, which actually shows you our vision in the future. What I showed you is basically demonstration of our MVP, which is built so far. But this is actually leading to a game that we want to bring to everyone and make music composition basically like gameplay. Let's see if this thing is buffered enough so we can actually watch this video as the last part of my presentation. All right, that's basically the movie trailer. You can see there's a trailer for the game that we're about to bring to everyone in the world. It's an open world game where you can collect muons, combine those muons into new music and share with others. So yeah, that's basically my presentation today. Hope you enjoyed it. I'm happy to take any questions if there's any. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Next up, we'll have a very deep insight panel about decentralized AI training and how it can keep up in the world where people like OpenAI and Anthropic have access to a lot of compute. How can we scale through decentralized compute with Eric Gree from Genesis, Manveer from Prime Intellect, Sanil from Ritual, and Alexander from Pluralis. Likewise, moderated by Dovi from Primitive. Please welcome everybody on stage and enjoy.
Hello, hello. We have all the boys here. So let's get started and talking about decentralized AI training. So I know we have talked about agent, we have talked about data, and then now it's like jump right into training part, and probably like we can give like a short introduction on how's everyone's like dating experience so far in this arranged marriage. Because like crypto and AI seems like arranged marriage, right? So it's like it is like not like an organic like love like relationship, like more like crypto native stuff like DeFi or like prediction market. And yeah, so like how's everyone dating so far? And do you see embarrassing or what?
I think if you look at the horoscope, they match. You know, like our star signs, our star signs should match. I think in practice, though, it's a little bit more tense. A lot of, as everyone knows here, people from the real machine learning world despise crypto. They think it's monkey pictures and Lamborghinis and SPF. But from a technological perspective, it's completely obvious.
Yeah.
They say opposites attract, and I think that's what's going on here. I think you brought up a good point, Harry, that like a lot of people in the ML world look down on crypto. But what I think is really interesting is all these AI agent meme coins were not crypto people. In fact, I mean, they're not docs, but they were all SF AI people, right? And I think that like more and more, both funds and users are realizing that like AI is great, but so long as it's in the hands of a few companies, you really block off capital formation and you really block off like the end user participation. And I also disagree with you, Dovi. I do actually think it's not arranged because with Ritual, I mean, we'll go into what we're building, but one of the biggest segments of applications that come to build on us are Web 2 AI businesses that have hit sort of a glass ceiling on how much they can innovate. There's only so much you can go as a chatbot platform charging revenue to users, and now shifting and protocolizing certain parts of their stack while keeping AI. They've managed to, one, with like privy a bunch of user abstractions, take out maybe for like the average user, like the actual end crypto experience and really abstract that with like points and like embedded wallets, while still delivering what in any other world would be like a normal gamified Web 2 product, right? Only with a lot more bells and whistles that are better for users. So I actually think that maybe this arranged marriage are actually starting to fall in love, so.
And then also just as so statistically speaking, like arranged marriage and people have like better like satisfaction rate somehow. Like optionality is a bitch. Okay.
Don't tell that to my mom.
Okay, so Alex?
Yeah, I mean, so my background is all AI, so I feel like I kind of walked this path and now I have to go back and bring my colleagues along as well, right? I'm like, look, it's okay, it's fine, it actually makes sense. And I think we're just going to see more and more of that. As people realize this actually makes sense, crypto is needed here, these are smart people, they can think it through, they can see.
Yeah, I basically second all those points, honestly. I feel like it is inevitable to some extent because like the value props of crypto are going to be so strong. Like obviously the capital element for open source AI is like really important, but it doesn't mean that you don't have to do some hand holding as well too, right? You kind of got to lead them to, you got to show them, through points or something like that, or through a platform. So yeah.
I think I would just say that one thing for me is when you can convince the AI people like there's a really interesting technical problems here and there's like foundational papers to be written, that's what actually brings the people to this kind of area.
Yeah, so I think like one operational question I have probably for Harry and for like Alex, and you both like work a lot more with like AI native people. Is it like very like costly to just like hire them and like pitch them?
Typically for machine learning researchers, who are typically the hardest to hire, if you go earlier career, we actually find that the differential between the most gilded engineers and or researchers rather, and the earlier stage ones actually isn't as high as the price would indicate. So there's like an asymmetry there. I think the second point is there is an emerging cohort of people in the kind of machine learning research community who are very attracted to open source and they view the crypto angle. They look one way and they see the open AIs, they see the Anthropics, and they don't like it, and they look the other way, and the only thing there is like Hugging Face and crypto. And that's attractive for them. And then I think the third and final piece is with the increasingly favorable macro environment, crypto becomes a slightly more attractive proposition. And it's not a bear market anymore.
Cool. So what about Alex?
Yeah, I think Harry's right. You got to go after people that are early career because very senior researchers, it's just so hard, right? That is very, very difficult. I just echo what I said before, right? While money is an important thing, these people are very, I don't want to say status driven, but like citations are very important to them. Good papers are very important to them. And so at least for me, most of my conversations are just like, look, guys, there's like foundational papers up for grabs in a field that's going to be very, very large and very significant. Like there's a very rare opportunity, you got to be quick. That's sort of how you do it, I think.
Zavi, can I chime in?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think we've like talk about this a lot. We will be a lot more. Obviously, I think a lot of people know Ritual from the people who are in crypto. I'd say about 30% of our team are actually pure AI people. So we've like poached principal researchers from like Microsoft, from like OpenAI, blah, 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 right? they are expensive, but the second point you made about foundational papers, there's a swath of research problems that like traditional AI is aware of, but there's no incentives in place to go make those happen.
Yeah, and
right?
also like no like priority as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like Hugging Face should be the platform that does the most amount of research and pours the most amount of funding on how do you like watermark open source models so you can monetize them while divulging weights, but they don't, right? And there is a swath of AI researchers who are very keenly working on interest in that in the same way that crypto drove funding to cryptography to make it production grade in a way never seen before. No one, Chiesa was working on Starks, and so were the rest of them for years before they got funding. I think that's happening right now. The paper we just put out was on verifiable fine-tuning, which to my knowledge is like the first verifiable fine-tuning protocol ever, along with watermarking. And that was done purely by like principal researchers that have worked at AI labs. And that was something they probably would have never been able to do if they stayed at Microsoft or wherever they were.
Cool. So talking about like paper and like research, and so I remember my professor back at Stanford, he has a quote that why academics fought so bitterly because the stake is so low, right? And like people are fighting for like co-authorship, like the ranking of the author, like each index, and like each index is such an interesting metric and becoming kind of like circle jerking, I think, like when it comes to like academic paper. And like outside of like paper, right? And like anything that you guys have seen that like crypto can bring on like an actual value prop when it comes to building products or like just like making like the tech like more accessible, things like that. Especially when it comes to training or like we can talk about like full stack, yeah. So like not just training because like ChatGPT is not accessible in Dubai, right? So it's not accessible in Dubai, in China, in Hong Kong. So I've been thinking, okay, can we have like local inferences and so like billions of people can have access to the LLM. Yeah.
So I think this is very interesting because what Ritual's building is an AI L1 that enshrines the ability to do certain AI operations natively from inference to fine-tuning. Right now, those are the ones that we're working on. And I think the real inspiration for that is that crypto was the fastest growing technology before AI. And I think the pure reason for that is Ethereum came along and took the computer and made it a public good, and anyone could access it if they had an internet connection, right? And a lot of what we want to do, and I think a lot of what needs to be done across many protocols, including many of the people up here, across the stack, compute, training, data, whatever, is that we need to have that sort of Ethereum moment for the entire stack, right? And I think you nailed one of them, which is that there is a geographical arb. I think if I'm being like very facetious and being very raw, I think that all of crypto is either regulatory capture or regulatory arbitrage. In AI, it's very clear which one. And in crypto, it's very clear which one. When you break down arbitrary rules set by governments due to geopolitics, you attract a lot more talent. Does it lead to bad stuff? Yes, we have Lazarus Group in traditional crypto. Does it lead to, more net good? I think, yes, right? I think you lower the barriers for everyone. So beyond that, I also do think that there is a lot of understuffed spaces around like, one interesting thing we've been exploring is like AI as a mode for cultural exploration. So there's a lot of like AI applications that are tailored for specific regions. Yep. You wouldn't really discover
model as well, right?
Yeah,
so because
models.
like language model has to be culturally specific.
Exactly, which is why there's so much funding going into like Sakana Labs and all these like localized AI startups, right? And even at the application layer, right? You want a way for people to discover that really easily globally in the same way that crypto has. You want people to be able to pay for that seamlessly anywhere in the world, right? And I think largely we can sit here and talk about decentralization and all its benefits and all that good stuff, but tactically, like what's actually important is that when you knock down barriers, you almost always exponentially increase, like superlinearly increase the number of developer activity and experimentation. And that's actually way more important than I think any of the ideology could get you.
Yep. And so what about Harry? Because you guys are asynchronous like portfolio, right? And so Mark is pretty well known for like American exceptionism. Like, do you see there's like an arm race between the East and West, like when it comes to like decentralized AI or just like LLM in general? And then so how are you guys positioned there? And like, do you have like geo-specific focus? And yeah.
So we, as a protocol, take the cypherpunk kind of anarchist view that it should be completely open. I don't care if it's in America or if it's somewhere else. I think America's founding principles are far closer to mine than like North Korea or something. But the kind of fundamental is the internet should be open, it should be public, the government should stay out of it. I agree strongly with the regulatory arbitrage point. definitely think that basically it's a leveling technology, both in terms of leveling intelligence, but also as a commodity. It kind of allows you to arbitrage electricity prices around the world, for example, in the same way that Bitcoin did. I think the American dynamism thesis from Andreessen is great, and it kind of touches on this live wire of basically just unfettered capitalism, which is also good in my opinion. But in terms of how the internet should be, I definitely disagree with the idea of like the internet being geographically kind of vulcanized into different things. Although I think increasingly that's happening, and you kind of have like a Chinese internet and a European internet and an American internet, and it probably will go that way. But we need to build freedom technology that allows you to basically, circumvent all of that.
Yeah, so like you said, one very interesting experience is because I scroll like Japanese crypto Twitter, Chinese crypto Twitter, and English crypto Twitter, and what I realized is that Twitter actually censor like the English language the most, but like not the other languages, right? And then like Entrepreneur has been like the bank has been the platform, and like with their like whatever like the most like mother tongue is, and then so like that's definitely something that the deep version can probably solve that. And then so let's talk about training, because currently, like if we think about previously, like the VC money all goes to Facebook and like Google, right? So for all the consumer application, and now all the VC money in AI like goes to NVIDIA, right? So like as an investor, I should just buy NVIDIA call option. So is there anything that like decentralized training can probably change that?
Absolutely. Basically, there's more flops outside data centers and inside data centers. And if you can access that and you can saturate every device with, verifiably proven machine learning operations, you can do two things. One, you can sort of loosen the stranglehold that NVIDIA have on the market. And two, you can kind of pay homage to the neural scaling laws and just build bigger and better models and have more emergent intelligence. So I think it's crucial that you kind of go beyond the data centers and hardware. I do think, though, just to your point, NVIDIA is definitely the #1 centralization risk in the whole space. Beyond government, in my opinion. They just have such strong, sticky effects from a hardware perspective. They're more dangerous than government.
Yeah, that's actually a good point too, on to your first point of like, it's hard to get 10,000 GPUs in one data center, but it's much easier to maybe get like 1,000 GPUs in 10 data centers. And so if you can solve the problem of actually being able to to train large scale models across those data centers, then obviously like the utility of the compute becomes like, it increases, right? Because you can actually use it to do large scale like training, and you don't actually need to spend like a bunch of money on like a single data center, like 10,000 GPUs in a single data center.
And so do you guys have any like benchmarks so far? Like let's say if I remember you guys just launched like a distributed version training. So do you guys have done like benchmark when it comes to performance, and then like how we can solve like all these IO bottleneck and like things like that, like without co-location?
Yeah, so what we did recently, what you're referring to, is we released Intellect 1, which is basically the largest scale decentralized training run that's been done so far. It was 10 billion parameters, and we're training it across the world. So we have like data centers in the US, EU, India, as well as Singapore, and it's all like collectively training a 10 billion parameter model. And basically what we're trying to show here is that you actually can do large scale distributed training with like very little compute overhead. So for example, the way that our training framework works is that rather than syncing at every step, you sync every 100 or so steps. So like in reality, if you train for like 1 hour, there's literally just like a 2 to 5 minute overhead of training, and we think we can reduce that. We're literally like rewriting our communications library to reduce that, so we think we can actually get it pretty low and fairly competitive with centralized training.
Yeah, and then so like Alex, like you were working on AWS before. And then so like that's like a completely paradigm when it comes to like their like distributed system design versus like your like current design. Can you share like any learning? Just like what have you learned from like the previous like cloud experience, and then like now working on your own product?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can talk quickly about how we view it at Pluralis, right? So our view for the large model training is you have to get model parallel to work. So model parallel is like the model itself is sharded across nodes. Rather than having model replicas that you're sort of doing infrequent syncs with, if you want to scale to like trillion parameter models, you got to split it over devices. And like the sort of easiest first type of model parallelism is pipeline. That's what we're focusing on. You have this core problem in pipeline parallel if you're training over the internet, where you have like this one-to-one communication that is 100 megabit a second rather than 500 gig InfiniBand, right? And this is typically the thing why people say this whole approach is infeasible. I just would make the point that like every area in deep learning right now is blue sky research. We're not in this field where it's like a stable, consolidated, area like physics where, advances will require genuine breakthroughs. It's more that there's like more research surface area than there are researchers. And it's even what I'm seeing internally with some of our work is like sustained pressure to these problems is like yielding very quick, immediate results. And I expect this is going to be solved like much, much quicker than maybe the sort of is consensus view.
Yeah, so like just one analogy I've been making to my AI or just like native AI or like crypto AI portcos is when we try to invent the plane, right? And so like there's a lot of like mimic on like how like birds fly and then like birds anatomy, but it's actually the aerodynamics that makes us to make like a better plane and then so make us to be able to fly. And do you guys see when it comes to like the frontier research domain, is there this level of like first principle level breakthrough that how we can decipher like neural net and then so at this aerodynamic level? Because like the reason why I think like back in the day, how OpenAI like trained their model was not being a lot of attention in like the native academics, like the academic considered that as not so simple and beautiful, right? So it's like kind of like brute force. So like everyone is trying to find that like beautiful formula as like aerodynamics can totally solve this like LLM or just like deep learning problem. Yeah, so like any like research there.
Yeah, I think there's one actually on the data side. So there's this issue of, we're training on the whole of the internet. There's a lot of the internet's becoming generative. There's going to be a mode collapse in terms of the models trained on the internet in the future. We can either make the data more synthetic. That probably won't be useful in my opinion. Secondly, we can fold in more data that already exists into the training runs. So proprietary data that will probably add some fuel to the fire, but not enough. There's a genre of data which is basically biological data that we haven't tapped into yet. And in the next kind of 2 to 5 years, when brain-machine interfaces are much more ubiquitous, the sensor data, which will be interesting, will be the kind of human sensor data. So if you can model brainwaves and you can use them to fuel models, a lot of the kind of symbolic kind of representations of things in the human brain can actually be used to bootstrap, in my opinion, bootstrap models. So there's a new kind of like frontier of data, which is basically just human brainwave data that I think will be like one of the next huge unlocks for reasoning in models, and also will help them approximate kind of human intelligence better as well.
And also like AI, the agent gonna generate each agent will probably have their own like data set and like model as well, right? So they're also generative. Yeah, and so like training wise, and have you guys seen like from your like client side, right? So like what are they looking for when it comes to like decentralized training, or like any of this like surface areas that can have like a strong value prop, like just to convince them that you should probably run your own cluster, or like you should probably like do like decentralized AI training instead of like just like have like on the cloud.
Yeah, so like one compelling pitch that we found was if you look at a lot of compute marketplaces like Akash, RunPod, Lambda Labs and whatnot, there's basically like 20 to 30% idle compute just like sitting around. And so what we're basically doing is we obviously aggregate a lot of compute onto our platform. So we aggregate compute across all these different providers. And basically what we're enabling is you to leverage that idle compute to actually contribute to these training runs. So like rather than like having the compute sitting idle around, and also the compute providers like not getting full utilization and hence full revenue of their compute, we can allocate that towards decentralized training. And it's obviously like cheaper for the model trainer as well too, and the compute providers are happy because they earn more.
Yeah, so like any other like supplements on like this topic?
Yeah, I think like the big problem today, right, is if you want to do a big foundation model run, you need to be rich, right? And the whole point of Paralysis, what I'm trying to do with decentralized training, is if you can do collaborative runs and you can allocate with actual fractional model ownership rather than someone just paying for the model, you actually allow innovation at that layer. which as of today is not possible. So for me, it's much less about, okay, there's certain use cases that wouldn't be served by a centralized model run, and more about there are model designers that are completely locked out from this layer today. And that's actually sort of the problem you're solving for there.
I'll move a little bit away from foundational model training because I think these guys are much better equipped to talk about it than I am. And I'll talk about fine-tuning, which I consider maybe a subset of that. And the biggest thing that we get from a lot of clients, and part of the reason we did VTune, was using fine-tuning, using watermarking schemes, and creating something that's robust that they can go and imprint their models, right? Because there is a subsector, there's a class of sort of people who take base models and to tune it for a certain application. They want to make that accessible. They want to keep with the open source ethos and enable open innovation, but they also don't want to give it up for free. And that's sort of like the status quo right now. So finding ways in fine-tuning processes to inject schemas that are really hard to fool, and also doing that in a verifiable way so they don't have to do it like locally, that's been a really big thing, and that's why we're working a lot of that research.
Cool. Harry, like, if you have anything to say about this?
I'd say one of the issues is when you do like fine tuning and stuff, like the way that you treat the adapter heads in decentralized environments is difficult. It's something that we've come up against for training, where one additional layer into a training process and they have to get another kind of machine in a pipeline parallel setting. Is something we think about a lot. There's like a consistency point, just to be succinct about it.
Cool. I think we're pretty much done here. But like one last thing, and then so can anyone just name your favorite like AI agent or AI meme coin? Like it can be or and. Mavir.
I guess Teehee from Noose is kind of cool.
Alex.
This is going to be bad, but I'm generally not paying attention to that. I'm sorry.
Like not even AI agent. Like
I just want to get large scale training to work. That's all I want to do.
Okay. Focus. Like founders mode. Sania.
So, since Virtuals uses us.
Okay. That's like a client show. Harry?
Probably that.
Probably Cardano or something.
That's very contrarian. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Shu from Misu on AI data mining and AI data retrieval.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining my demo. My name is Shu, and I'm founder of Mizu. Mizu is the ultra-low-cost data processing deepin for hyperscale AI data. It's like sounds a little convoluting, but I'll let you know like what that means exactly. So we are actually today in the Google moment of AI data. So imagine when the internet is just being created. Like Yahoo first, enables domain indexing, but then people realize that it's not enough. So we got Google. Google powers scalable web data search. But now we're in the AI age. We have this kind of AI age. In AI age, it's all about data, right? And Hugging Face is already enabled data set indexing, but there is no one is actually empowering this hyperscale AI data search for individual developers. Imagine I'm an individual developer. I'm trying to build an AI agent. I need a very subset of a data set. Where can I find that? Today, you have to scrape by yourself or find some existing open source data set. There's actually tons of data out there. There's about 180 zettabyte data out there in the internet. But all AI developers are still struggling to find proper AI data set to build their AI applications. We believe that's actually one of the biggest reasons why AI application ecosystem is still not boosted yet. Imagine in Web 2, you have GitHub, and GitHub gives you a very affordable and free option to build your projects and build your projects on top of other projects as well. And Mizu wants to be the Google for the AI data. And what it do is it aggregates all the data together, and then using our data processing deepin to provide a very easy, cheap, and efficient way for you to curate a large-scale data set easily. Say, I will give a very concrete example, okay, and I'll show you how it works in general. So I was trying to build a AI agent for a job market, and I need a lot of resume data. Where can I find this kind of resume data? And there's actually there's a nonprofit organization called Common Crawl. And the Common Crawl, they took a snapshot of the whole web every month. Last month, they crawled about 2.4 billion web pages, including 300 million domains. And in total, the text data is about 20 terabytes. So I was trying to find the resume data across these 20 terabytes, this fresh data from October. And it turns out by using centralized cloud solutions, it cost me more than $10,000. Majority of the cost is actually spent in this kind of CPU cost, data transfer, API costs, and even with professional GPU providers, even cheapest one in the world actually, it costs about $8,000 to go through this 20 terabytes of data in total. With Mizu, we can bring down the cost to $5 or $10. And the secret is basically we are leveraging the Edge AI network to help us to process the work. So now anyone with a laptop or with a mobile device can join us by mining our points and help us to process the data. We launched our Telegram mini app, and we're launching our Chrome extension soon, next week. So, and the way it actually contributing to the network is extremely simple and easy. This is our Telegram app. So we have a Telegram bot, and if you go to the bot, the only thing you need to do is basically click Start Mining. This is the new data mining, right? You're mining your points by helping us to process these kind of data tasks. And you can see processing tasks. It's actually actively pulling tasks from our data supernodes, which is doing this kind of dispatching and coordination work. And what happens underneath is that we split this kind of query against the 10 terabytes of data into thousands or millions of small tasks. We chop down the data and distribute that into tens of thousands of different mobile devices and laptops. And then we collect the result and aggregate it back. But as a user, as a miner, the only thing you need to do is go into our app and download our Chrome extension and click mining, and that's it. You start to earn Mizu points. But you actually are doing some useful work by really helping these kind of AI developers to find the proper data they want. And this is what we actually we have like a strong demand behind that. We also have like a partnership with Sentin. Like in 1 or 2 months, we're going to do a campaign together. Basically, they will bring these kind of AI developers who are looking for data, and we will provide a very user-friendly data query interface for them. And we have a lot of like data corpus already contributed into our database. The only thing you need to do is basically like using Google. There's a search bar, and you say, I want this kind of data, and click query, and it got all the data you want. And you can use the data to build applications, to build a RAG, to fine-tune your model, and do whatever thing you want. So yeah, this is basically what we have been shipped. And in the next 2 months, we're going to have something like a big to launch. And welcome to use our product, try it out, and give us feedbacks. Yeah, thanks.
Hi everyone, we'll be starting the final session in about 5 minutes. So feel free to go around, grab a drink, use the restroom, and so on and so forth, and we'll begin shortly.
Our next panel is going to explore the future of compute, centralized or decentralized, and we're going to be joined by Matthew Wang from Open Gradient, Nick Emmons from Allura Labs, Mitra from Spheron, Jeremy from Hyperbolic, and Michal from Protea. The panel is going to be moderated by Brandon Potts from Framework.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Well, today we're going to be chatting through basically the difference between decentralized and centralized compute. But before we dive right in, I would love to, obviously allow everyone the chance to introduce themselves. Just briefly on myself, I'm a partner with Framework Ventures. We're an early stage venture firm focused entirely on crypto and predominantly looking to be lead or co-leads in seed and in Series A's, focusing on just about every category in crypto at this point. I joke we're basically generalists, but of course AI is one of those categories. But yeah, I would love to go down the line and just allow everyone a chance to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about what you're building and what your team is up to. Start with you, Mika.
Hello everyone, I'm Mitra, I'm co-founder and CTO at Spheron. We are building a decentralized GPU supercompute network where we are aggregating from both data center grade GPUs as well as your retail grade GPUs. So we kind of launched two kind of nodes. One is for the providers, one is for the community. Nodes can be run on any kind of device, your gaming laptops, your Mac, and it's kind of going pretty well. We have almost had like more than 8,000 nodes in the network and more than 2,000 plus GPUs in the network. So kind of scaling that up as well as working on the UX side of things to make it easier for everyone to use the GPU and deploy some AI workloads.
Hey everyone, I'm Matthew. I'm one of the co-founders of Open Gradient. We're building an end-to-end decentralized platform for AI model hosting, secure inference, agentic reasoning, and application deployment. And what that actually means is we allow developers to build powerful AI workflows directly in smart contracts on our platform that they can integrate into their decentralized applications, both securely and seamlessly. So they can build agents, they can build modeling workflows that take raw data, process them, feed them through a model for inference, use them for making features of their applications more optimized or more intelligent, working with a lot of DeFi protocols to introduce things such as risk management, making vaults more effective, and covering a large range of use cases.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jeremy. I'm leading business operations at Hyperbolic. So at Hyperbolic, we're building decentralized AI infrastructure with a mission to actually democratize access to AI. We're focalizing on 3 core goals. So goal number 1 being the GPU orchestration layer. Goal number 2 being the verification layer, so making sure that we can have a verified, trusted, network, especially when we're talking about like third-party nodes that are contributing, compute. And then third, the privacy layer. So going back on the 2 core products that we've been building, the first one is a GPU marketplace. So we are making it possible for suppliers of compute to actually share, for now, in a permissioned way, but we're opening up very, very soon in a permissionless way, compute. For that, we created our own operating system called HyperDose, which is short for Hyperbolic Distributed Operating System, and basically allowing them to connect very easily to our network and then serve it to the people who need it the most. So, AI developers, researchers, AI startups, and so on and so forth. And then eventually we're focalizing on the AI services layer. So we've been working on providing, inference. So we're hosting open source AI models like, Llama 3 or Flux or, Stable Diffusion, optimizing those models and making sure that we can serve it again to the people who need it the most.
Hey everyone, and thanks for sticking with us. You might be stuck because of the rain, but thank you for being here anyways. I'm Mikhail with Protea. I'm the founder of Protea, and what we do is we have a high-performance inference network, right? And we specialize in media. Right now, specifically with images and video, we're the second company in the world to host open-sourced video. And we basically just make a very simple-to-use REST API to implement media into your app, and all the distributed and decentralized stuff is abstracted away.
Beautiful. Well, gentlemen, in the sake of time, would love to just dive right into it. You know, curious to get your thoughts, given that you're all experts in various domains of AI and compute, and there's a lot of nuances to it, but just at a high level, we'd be keen to get your thoughts on what is sort of the ideal future for compute infrastructure. Of course, we're talking about centralized or decentralized, but you know, is one or the other better than one? Is it best to perhaps think of a hybrid sort of architecture moving forward? And of course, just to clarify, centralized refers to a lot of kind of, you know, boxes and data centers owned by big tech, monopolies, so to speak, whereas decentralized is more broadly characterized as more of kind of an edge compute paradigm or distributed resources. But yeah, I would love to turn it over to the panel and just hear your thoughts as to what is the ideal architecture generally for these compute resources moving forward?
I think it's kind of a way you can like architect the whole thing. Like the main base layer should be completely decentralized, like the compute and the GPU and those base layer where you actually do the deployment. It should be permissionless. It should be completely on-chain so that anyone can join, anyone can use it, and shouldn't be some single centralized entity controlling everything from the supply side so that you doesn't have access to it. But on top of it, there are a lot of different tools, right, like which are important for kind of businesses to work, like monitoring systems. There are like important verification stuff. Which they use to like make sure that their application layer doesn't cause any kind of problem due to like some outages and stuff. So I think those are some important thing which can be kind of a service layer but centralized so that it can make sure the decentralized part, the permissionless compute layer can be fully utilized and can give like better experience for the user, and we can like grow towards like Web 2 world as well.
I think asking what the ideal architecture for compute, whether it's decentralized or centralized in the future, is kind of like asking what the ideal car to drive is. And it just like depends on requirements, right? There's no like ideal car you should drive. Like if you're a racer, yeah, sure, maybe in like a Ferrari or a Lambo or whatever the state of the art is for that kind of stuff. If you have a family, maybe it's a Volkswagen van, right? Similarly, for compute, it does depend on just what your requirements are. Your requirements around privacy, around the sensitivity of the data, around verifiability, fault tolerance, liveness. These are all important considerations that you have to factor into kind of your kind of like SLA when it comes to choosing what the correct paradigm of compute is. And I will say, ultimately, I believe there will be use cases that will be predominantly focused on centralized compute, and also vice versa. It just really does depend on what you want to get out of it.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very, very good point. I highly agree on that. The way I see it is that, as you mentioned, it depends on the use case. It depends on what the clients and what the user, the end user, is looking for. I do believe that decentralization comes with a cost, and it's basically having a verification mechanism for third-party nodes that you don't know. So this is a problem that we've been trying to take very, very seriously, because if we want to actually promise all the advantages of decentralization, including obviously, a much more affordable cost to compute, because the problem with centralization, for those of you, I'm sure a lot of you know this, but like, GCP and Azure and AWS, unfortunately, are practicing very, very high margins, and they're totally entitled to do so because they have clients that are willing to pay for that. The advantages of decentralization is that you can actually aggregate idle GPUs from all around the world and actually offer it to the real, researchers and developers and young AI startups that really need it. So this is a real advantage for these three, I would say, verticals. And again, it really comes with this cost of verifiability, because the advantage of Amazon and GCP and Azure is that they're relying on two things. They're relying on signing legal contracts and reputation. So, that will entitle them to actually make sure that the end user is going to be happy with the compute and make sure that it's the actual compute that is being used for what they're looking for. On our end, we are trying to basically, finalize and set up this verification piece. And so for that, we created a new solution called proof of sampling. So there are existing solutions for this, like OPML, ZKML, Consensus, but none of them are really practical for the applications of AI. And so this is the reason why we created this. I'd be happy to dig a little bit more in the future around those details. Or if you have questions, you can ask me later. Yeah, I would say that's my take.
I agree with it depends, and I know it's a really crappy answer, but maybe I can redeem myself with simplifying the difference. Centralized, you get performance. Decentralized, you get censorship resistance and cost savings.
Right. And, I may not have a PhD, but I know the answer is almost always it depends, especially asking general questions like this. But maybe we could, double click for a moment into particular maybe applications or workloads or even industries. And yeah, I would love to, come back to the panel with just maybe we can highlight where our industry and more of kind of the decentralized, distributed, edge-like mentality, what are some of the applications you're seeing or building yourselves that make the most sense versus, frankly, where should we not be trying to compete with centralized and big tech just because, frankly, they just have big guns, right? They have resources, they have capital, they have talent, sort of the regulatory stuff as well. We don't need to go down the laundry list, but if you were to chat with a founder after this panel and sort of direct them in a particular application category, what have you, what would you generally tell them?
For us, specializing in media and performance, we're not fully decentralized, we're distributed, right? And the reason for that is we're a high-performance network. The largest consumer apps in the world are powered by us. And what that means is they need really, really low latency. And as we get more permissive over time, more use cases open up. But at the moment, our focus has been kind of on the performance side, on the image side. And video, the reason why there's only like a handful of people who can even do video outside of us, right, is because of the big requirements and the interconnect required for that, which is extremely difficult in a fully decentralized system. So, the use cases you start to see pop up on the kind of, when you go more towards the decentralized route, is something that's not time sensitive, like batch jobs, right? That's kind of what we've seen come up on our side.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile to outline just a couple core key advantages of decentralization over centralization and using that as a guideline to decide what type of solution you want to employ, right? So, as alluded to previously by Jeremy and Mikhail here, there are some advantages, including, censorship resistant. That one's pretty obvious. I think secondly is, cost as well that Jeremy talked about, taking advantage of idle GPUs or compute hardware that you can aggregate now and create this service that wraps around it. But I think thirdly, one that was a bit less touched on that I think is also valuable is there are actually potentially performance benefits to decentralization. And while centralized machines will always be beefier and be able to compute over more data, they have, you can't outcompete data centers when it comes to hardware. But there are optimizations to decentralized networks around, as an example, co-location or especially edge compute, where kind of if it's lightweight compute and the network latency or overhead actually outweighs the kind of the performance benefit that you get from a cheap hardware to state-of-the-art hardware, there can actually be benefits there, right? So again, I think it really does depend on evaluating what you need and the type of compute you're trying to do, and then looking at these use cases and deciding what makes sense.
Can I say something controversial?
please.
We started with that hypothesis, and we disproved it. We thought having nodes at the edge was going to overtake the kind of latency requirements, but it's just, given how much RAM these models are starting to require, specifically for media, that ended up being false for us. So we couldn't get the decentralization performance upgrades, and that is why we had to stick with distributed.
I know. I definitely agree with that, especially when it comes to media. The compute's probably rather expensive.
Yeah.
And I think like Edge also comes with, I think
And
like
bandwidth of like a video. Do you know what the bandwidth of a video takes?
Yeah, no, I absolutely totally see that. I guess like I wouldn't classify that as like lightweight compute.
Yes.
But you also get, you know, as an example, like privacy around your data. You don't need to think about like type things such as FHE if the model is on your local device, right? And
I have a question about that for you, if that's all right.
yeah, I mean, I'm not an FHE expert, but go ahead. Yeah.
Where would decentralized for kind of low compute versus self-hosting win? So that's where I've had a kind of a mental block where I couldn't figure out, if privacy is so important to you, why don't you just self-host? And especially if it's low compute requirement. And that is where I was trying to figure out, and what again, one of the things we couldn't solve is where does this start to make sense?
Yeah, so as an example, by the way, like I don't work on edge compute or any of this.
Sorry.
But my personal take is, as an example, like you know, if you have like some health device that, you know, tracks your biometric data and then you know, it does some type of compute that isn't crazy, might be some like fast Fourier transforms and then like look at, you know, the data for erratic health behavior. I think that's an example of you know, somewhat lightweight compute that would also make sense for you to host on your device because it's lightweight enough and it keeps all of your data private, right? And you know, I think that's just like one example to your point. Again, I'm not an expert on any of this.
Did not mean to grill you.
No, but I think that's, you know, there are definitely more niche use cases. I think, you know, in the case of Prodia, if you guys are doing, you know, video generation, you know, you guys have huge bandwidth requirements, especially when it comes to, you know, generating longer form video content. I think definitely makes sense.
It's not long form yet. It's 5-second videos.
Okay. Like regardless, I imagine it takes a good amount of compute to get the job done.
Only 4 H100s.
That's it. Light. Well, I think, Matt, you brought up kind of an interesting word, privacy, right? I think in the spirit of kind of either proving or disproving theses or theories, one that's often kind of quoted or referred to in the broader crypto or decentralized compute industry is one of, hey, look, we're going to have better data sovereignty, enhanced sort of privacy measures and performance around all of that. And basically, we're going to ride new regulations into this, you know, golden era utopia-like, you know, civilization where everyone cares about privacy and we can, you know, have it offered on our local devices, essentially. And, you know, I would love to just sort of maybe stress test that and have you guys go down the line and offer your thoughts on, obviously, it's a nuanced topic, but is this something that's actually true and has legs to it? Or does decentralized kind of meet the privacy requirements that everyone sort of needs at this point?
Yeah, I can maybe start on that point. So as I was explaining really briefly earlier, like the third core goal that Hyperbolic is working on is actually privacy. And we decided to focus on privacy because let's take a general example. So let's say that actually I'm a compute provider on the network and that someone here in the audience is actually a user on Hyperbolic. You might actually have sensitive data that you don't necessarily want to share to a third-party node. You don't know me, you don't know where I am, you don't know, what I can do with your data. And so that is the reason why we were thinking that, it's extremely important to make sure that we can provide this privacy level for multiple use cases. I gave an example of like you as a user. It can also be enterprise, data that can be very sensitive. We all know financial data being very sensitive and health data, et cetera, et cetera. So for that reason, we decided there are multiple solutions. We decided to go with trusted executed environments because we think that it's much more practical. The good thing with confidential computing in a way is that it's already existing on the H100 machines, which is something that we can utilize and make sure to offer it for a very compelling, I would say, use case, as I was explaining before. And the good news is that NVIDIA actually confirmed that they're going to be implementing this in all of their machines, whether it's consumer grade or enterprise grade. So in other words, it's not going to be a premium anymore that we're going to be offering at a very high price. It's something that we can offer literally with any NVIDIA compute in the future. It's going to be implemented very soon. And the actual overhead on specific use case, for instance, inference, is just 0.1%. So we really believe that it's not going to be tackling much in terms of performances, and at the same time, it can really offer this layer, especially for sensitive data.
Yeah, no, Jeremy took a lot of the words straight out of my mouth. Very, very excited about kind of NVIDIA's confidential computing solutions. As for Open Gradient, we have basically two main solutions that we go about with privacy. So one is similar to Hyperbolic, using trusted execution environments to provide guarantees around privacy. The second one is leveraging ZKML. So that's to keep models that are typically more lightweight, private, and there are settings where you can use different commitment settings that can keep either the input, the output, or the model weights private. So it really just, again, kind of goes back to the use case that you're trying to build for. You can have different types of use cases, leverage different types of solutions. One thing I'll also add into the mix that we've been kind of building out is the data access level. Obviously, to build powerful AI workflows, they need to be data-rich applications that are able to access different sources of data that you can then compute over. And in machine learning, we have this saying called like garbage in, garbage out, right? It's like data is very, very important. And so we have also TLS certificate level security for NTEs for accessing data that you can then feed into some arbitrary workflow, such as inference-driven workflow. And there's like a very popular library that we're using. It's like nitriding, and we've been incorporating that into like nitro enclaves as an initial kind of use case that we're proving out with early launch partners. So the AI workflow can really be secured end to end, and also while maintaining privacy requirements around the data as well.
Yeah, so I have a different take. Privacy doesn't matter. I know. I'll be more specific. Privacy doesn't matter with generative media. So there's two things we discovered to be true. The value of generative media trends towards zero because it's getting cheaper and cheaper to compute, but also privacy doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why. And here's where I really learned it. I'll give you guys a quick story. When we started our pilot with a large social media company, we thought this was going to be a huge issue. Like, oh my God, we got GPUs everywhere. How are they going to trust us? And what we discovered is they're like, yeah, we don't care. We'll just put in the terms of service that your prompts aren't private. Like, who cares? You're generating something new. What do you want to keep private, right? And we're like, I guess that makes sense. Privacy doesn't matter.
What do you have to hide? Exactly.
No, if you have something to hide, we'll block it with our filters, right? But that they tune, but yeah, privacy didn't matter.
Okay, hot take. You heard it here first. I think, just with the remaining time, would love to go down the line and just think out loud as to, frankly, what are some of the brick walls we need to break through? What are some of the barriers with respect to the adoption of all the things that you're building? And, there's multiple vectors or parameters to kind of think through. It could simply be the tech itself. It could be, economics. It could be simply, user preferences, or even just familiarity with these options or these alternatives. But yeah, writ large, what are some of the main things to think through as it relates to friction that you guys are encountering and how we can just overcome that?
I think one of the factor that kind of like restrict people from using like decentralized, which is like a reliability factor of compute providers and like GPU providers, which is very, very annoying because like everyone just comes to decentralized, kind of like all the UX is kind of getting better and better, and so they can use it, but when they go and try it out and like after deploying something, it doesn't work. It kind of like completely breaks their model, and then they went off to use AWS again. So I think we need more better solutions there. We need better way to like verify if the GPU is working properly, or a monitoring system, or a verification monitoring system, which can say like, okay, this GPU is already like it gives challenges to that, and then kind of make sure that okay, it is always running. And we kind of did the same thing with our like compute providers. We kind of created a tiering system with the economic incentive on it, which kind of like restrict these providers from like thinking, okay, if they when they get better and better with the challenges, they went up to the tier, but if they do something wrong, they go down, which caused them to like think, okay, we need to fix this before we go down and lose our incentive. So we kind of did that, and I think it's quite working. So I think we need similar solutions, or maybe more innovation in that sector, which we are kind of doing. And let's see like how we can make more better, reliable, decentralized compute and provide it to every user and even Web2 peoples.
I know we're running a little bit short on time, so I'll try to keep this, quick. I would say tooling. Up until now, we, like with the advent of TEs and ZKML, we now can incorporate ARML workflows into replicated state machines, i.e., blockchains securely. But a lot of the tooling hasn't caught up yet, right? We don't have kind of tooling that could help build, verifiable data preprocessing, agentic reasoning, feature encoding. All of these things need to exist in order for us to build like powerful workflows that can then be injected into decentralized applications to introduce this like whole new design space. And one of the things that we're working on is we're building all this tooling directly on our network, so people can build AI workflows directly into their smart contract and build powerful stuff. So yeah, that's one big problem we're tackling, and something we're excited to continue to be building.
Yeah, also, I know we're out of time, but like really briefly, I think it's a bunch, it's two things. I think the first focus is around UX, UI, making sure that we have very easy processes, both on the supply side and on the demand side, making sure that it's extremely easy for any compute provider to actually share their compute on a decentralized network, and making it extremely easy for the demand side to actually, get to rent out compute, get an SSH key, paste it in terminal, and then, getting a quick access that is not going to be, too much of a hurdle. And I would say the second thing is scalability, making sure that you have a system that is robust and scalable, because it's a great thing to actually open up to all of the nodes, but it needs to be functional, if you actually really want to be competing with the centralized cloud.
You've heard from me enough. If you want to add AI images or videos to your app, come up to me.
All right. Well, how about a warm round of applause for our panelists? Thank you for your time. We'll be right over here if you want to chat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for this amazing discussion. Last panel of the day will be with Nick from Assistir, Shu Dong from Misu, and Shashank from Fraction, moderated by Stepan from Cyberfund. They will be discussing how to build a modular decentralized AI stack, limitations and risks of the full stack layer for AI applications, from compute, storage, inference requirements, and so on. Please welcome everybody to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. This is the last panel of the day. We'll try to make it engaging, exciting. And we are going to talk about the modular AGI stack. So just to give some context, in order to build decentralized system and decentralized AI system, we need to decentralize each layer of the stack of this system. So if we have a bottleneck or point of centralization on compute layer or data layer or monetization layer, that creates problems and risks for the whole decentralized AI, or in the future AGI vision. And today on this panel, we will discuss what is missing, what are risks and opportunities of building that. But I want to start and ask you guys to give quick introductions about yourself and project that you're working on.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Shu. I'm from Mizu. I'm founder of Mizu. And I think, yeah, I just did the demo before, like 30 minutes ago. So I think still people remember me. I don't want to waste too much time.
Hi, I'm Shashank, founder of Fraction AI. We create high-quality label data sets for fine-tuning AI models.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick, and I'm building a sister AI, which is a network of specialized small language models owned by community. We have all the pipeline from creation of the model, monetization of the model, and tokenization of the model if you want to get exposure to community and you want to get more people who are going to be building collaboratively models or agents with you.
Great, thank you. And by the way, my name is Stepan. I'm from Cyberfund. We are investing in AI and crypto. But I want to start with one question that I think I'm getting probably the most popular question about decentralized AI and potential risks of that or problems. How do you think about reliability and quality? I think a lot of companies, a lot of businesses, a lot of users prefer and choose hyperscalers or centralized solutions because you can get SLA and you can get reliability when you train model, launch model, maybe scale AI for data or some services for fine-tuning. So how can we guarantee or how can we increase and maximize reliability and efficiency of decentralized AI solution for each layer of the stack that you guys are working on? And can it match the current centralized alternatives?
Yeah, sure. So for this question, I think there is about two aspects of the reliability. The first one is if the result is accurate, is correct. The second one is if the service itself is reliable, which means service availability. Okay. So for the correctness, I think now we have pretty mature solution out there already. For example, for DeepIn, you have validated service. The validated service can just jump in and to inspect the result of the submitted by this kind of nodes from this decentralized network and ensure the correctness of the result. I think the service availability is a little bit tricky. So I think it needs incentive to engage people to really be online, and you need real demand who can pump this kind of value into the network to ensure everyone has incentive to be online and to keep you there to serve this kind of requests. And you have to have mechanism to ensure that this kind of service, if they're offline, they will lose money. If they're kept online, they got rewards. Basically, you have to really use the tokenization mechanism to incentivize people to be more, so it's more like a positive feedback loop. Yeah. So look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin early stage, very few people mining Bitcoin, right? But today, there's very professional mining farms across the world. They're online. And if you force them to be offline, they always hate you because they know if they're online, they make money. So I think incentivization will solve the problem in some aspect. Yeah.
So it's economic incentives,
yes,
primarily.
Yes.
Great. Do you have anything there?
Yeah, sure. So we work with label data. So I'll talk about the data layer. So it's about the quality. AI follows this principle called GIGO, which is garbage in, garbage out. And if the quality of data is not good, what you will get with your model is also going to be garbage. So in our case, we ensure that data quality is the best, but we also need to ensure that the data we are providing adds to the current AI's knowledge. So for example, I give you a picture to count the number of people that are sitting here. Some AIs can do it, some AIs cannot. And if we need to improve an AI model, we need to incentivize people to ask difficult questions that actually adds to an AI's knowledge. And we do that through an approach called GAP, which is gamified adversarial prompting. So users are financially incentivized to ask difficult questions, which makes the AI answer incorrectly. So that way we are able to identify where are the gaps in AI's knowledge, and we just target those. instead of giving it some knowledge which it already knows. So yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah, I think I agree with guys that it's going to be an option. To economical layer, I would add that there is like amazing thing developed by Eigenlayer and similar projects with, like where you have economical incentive, where you can slash any service provider, any platform, any creator, any team behind the model or behind the agent, in case if they provide low quality service, or maybe if they just fail to provide it on a regular basis, on a basis that was expected and defined as a high quality. Besides this, I think we also need benchmarking system, which should be somehow standardized for the market. It's still not there. I think that like in terms of the models, we have already some benchmarks, but for open source models, we're not there. And also benchmarks for the agents, it's not there as well. Maybe over the next 1 or 2 years, we're going to have like much better benchmarking system. And if you will see that this model or agent just significantly below, people would not just choose this model to work with or agent to work with. And besides that, we move into orchestration period where going to be a lot of frameworks, a lot of protocols who are going to be orchestrate different models and agents. So if we're talking about orchestrations, this benchmarking going to be even more important, because in that way, automatically, you can just avoid usage of the models or agents that are super below the average based on the feedback, based on technical abilities, based on other things that are relied there.
So I have a question regarding that. So which kind of benchmarks do you think not exist right now? Because the kind of benchmarks I have seen measures AI performance on some specific tasks, like visual question answering or like writing codes, writing something. So which ones do you think we lack and we should be working to get?
So if we're talking about agents, most likely you don't have any benchmarks that showing that this agent never lost money or never racked the person. And I think that's with financialization of agents and models, we are stepping into the period when I'm going to need to trust my money, my wallet, to this agent to operate on my behalf. And we don't have any benchmarks in that direction, which is probably one of the most excited use cases specifically for crypto community, who wants agents to speculate, to trade, to swap tokens and do other things. Of course, like on a model side, you have different benchmarks, but again, on a model side, you have benchmarks around like communication with agents, summarization, some math problem solving. But while there is much more than this, like the model and agents, they can perform tasks, and we don't have any benchmarks of performing tasks outside of this like a very limited scope.
Sure.
Yeah, so maybe double down a little bit on this topic of incentivization and usage of tokens and economic parts, because I think that was basically all three of your answers. What do you think, like, is it the only use case of token incentives in the decentralized AI, or is it the primary one? Because in DeFi, for example, we see a lot of different, like, because DeFi is composable and because it's so expressive, you can build very complex token programs. We see like interesting like staking contracts or restaking or different vaults and so on. What do you think are other use cases for tokenization in decentralized AI, or is it just efficient, basically security?
I think when you say like security, actually, it's kind of like opposite of utility, right? Like I think token in decentralized AI, they also can have utility. So I will give you one example. Is like what Mizu is building. Okay, Mizu is like kind of like leveraging these laptops and mobile devices to help us to process the data. And they're actually mining the points and tokens by help us to process the data. This is actually kind of utility because eventually you want to use a platform to do query and to do this kind of data search, you will have to use Mizu tokens. So you got supply, you got the demand as well, and we want to see a balance between this demand and supply. So that's actually utility. And I know like some of these kind of tokens are used for governance only, and that sounds like more like security. But I think especially when it comes to deepin and you want to accumulating resources and incentivize people to contribute their resources and for a bigger goal, this actually if you can hook up this kind of underlying network with some upper layer applications, it can have utility. And this is actually, because you mentioned DeFi is composable, I feel like in AI, it can also be composable because now everyone is talking about modular AI, right? Underlying, you have data. In the middle, you have this kind of compute, and top of them, you have model, and upper layer, you have applications. They all have different tokens. But if you have this kind of a way to integrate these kind of tokens together, and so the value propagation from top, from application to the data will be more streamlined, you see the utilities there. But the utility could be hooked up with some other tokens, not like consumer facing directly.
I believe the best use case is incentivization and coordination, because adding blockchain or adding Web3 to any project has some downsides. It causes some inefficiencies. And in the current times when there's an AI warfare, where everyone is working towards building the best AI models, best AI agents, if something slows you down, you should really think hard about it, whether it's really, really important for you right now in terms of performance. But yeah, Web3 adds a lot of value in creating a good financial model, which anyone from around the world can join and get rewards for participating. So I believe that's the best use case. There can be others, but yeah, I think that's the best.
Yeah, I think what I can add is that I see a lot of utility, and also basically utility of the token comes to the places coordination layer on different platforms, where you can use the token to focus and direct attention of the community, of the audience, of the users, to the product elements or part of the user flow, which is like most important in this moment of time. So in our case, we have right now 500,000 registered users, and we clearly understand that a lot of them definitely expect to have some exposure into our token as soon as it would be live, but also we understand that it's ability for us statistically to educate these people, to direct them to do some things like launch agents, launch model, contribute data, verify the quality of the data, and do a lot of other things. And if we will succeed with this, we have ability to onboard many, many users and learn and educate them how to earn money with us, how to create models, how to embed these models to their workflows in a way that it will be very organical and natural for them. And even if they don't understand how to do and what to do right now, we still can push them further. We have the same situation with socials. We have the same situation with mobile application. We have the same, if you think about any innovation, like Apple spends probably billions to implement this Apple Pay functionality all over the world. So we just like by incentivizing people, we also educate them how to use different product things. And that's a big instrument that we have on crypto AI scene, because regular crypto AI companies, they cannot do it. And there is like totally different flow. And we can be more flexible by using this instrument.
Cool. I also have a little bit of speculative or not very straightforward question, but right now, most of AI markets, so here we are at Agi Summit, we're discussing decentralized AI, but still most of the world and most people and businesses who use AI, they pay to OpenAI or Google or Amazon or one of these large companies. And those companies are pretty centralized, and they tend to have like vertical integration. So OpenAI is going to hardware, Google has its own chips and doing its own products and has its own distribution. And basically, decentralization is not a given. It's not like right now, it's not the main thing that happened on the market. So my question to you is, what are the risks? Like, what should happen in order to decentralized approach or distributed approach or composable and permissionless approach to win over this hyperscaler, centralized, overcapitalized, like very vertically integrated approach?
Okay, so yeah, this is a harsh question, to be honest, because but like I'd like to emphasize that decentralized AI is still like relatively new topic. It gets started like being hot about this April, and it's like half a year, right? And when actually I still remember like when this kind of layer 2 concept comes out in 2018, it took like the whole community 2 to 3 years to build something really useful and coming out. And not until like after 2021, it got this optimism, all this kind of infra out. Because infrastructure takes time. It takes 2 to 3 years to build and really like be productive and for people to use. That's one thing. And second is like you mentioned, I think the ultimate question is what kind of the value decentralization AI is really bringing into the community, right? And I see two values here. The first one is basically the cost. So I think it really can bring down the cost of this kind of, in some perspective, and break the barrier to incentivize people to contribute their own thing. So now, like majority of the resources are actually monopolized by big tech companies. And yes, I think the situation is that you have to rely on them because you don't have other choices. For example, like foundation models, you only have like Meta, and they have Google, you have OpenAI, and that's it, right? But it's actually also depends on the stage. So foundation models for me is like operating systems. You have Windows, you have macOS, you have Linux, and you have iOS and Android for mobile devices, and that's it. You don't need more operating systems coming out, right? A foundation model is like same thing. In the future, all the applications are built on top of foundation models. Now the operating system is already finalized. We may need another Linux, but like we don't need more foundation models coming out. They're already smart enough for these kind of big tech companies, okay? But like later, once you have like a vertical area of applications, things will be different because we're more diverse. You will need more people, more developers to really join the community. And I think that's where decentralization AI will really like, be a thing. Yeah, because just see today, it's like you don't have a lot of AI applications out there. People are complaining that AI is there is a movement called AI movement, but whereas AI are being used in my daily life, right? People see like very, very few applications because the innovations actually are kind of like prohibited by these kind of big tech companies. Yeah.
So I believe it all comes down to quality because finally winning in this is all about winning people, and people only care about what the AI can do for them. So a way of doing this would be like start with foundation models. They are like OSs, and solve for specific narrow use cases and do it better than what the centralized companies can, and incentivize people who are participating in solving these use cases. So one of the ways this can be done is by private data, because it is difficult and like there are legal issues of dealing with private data, but it can be done using blockchain in a way that people still own on the responsibility of their private data, but the model can make use of it. And do it for like really targeted applications, give people better products than what OpenAI or Google can, and then you have a use case with them. So I believe decentralization itself cannot be a selling point. Using decentralization, we should be able to create better models, which should not be possible otherwise. And we have done that internally using our gamified adversarial prompting approach, and we showed that it is possible to create such models.
I would say that we had this talk like a couple of days ago. So I was talking about the problems and ability, like what is intelligence? It's like ability to compress, denoise all the signals that some intelligent entity can capture, can analyze. But then the output of this intelligent process is all the time ability to perform something or solve some issues, some challenges. And in terms of the solving challenges, we have so many problems around. We have so many, like, if not only problems from problems perspective, but like we have so many things that could be done in a better way. And that's where I see a lot of opportunity for everyone actually to tune and improve the processes to solve the problem. And that's where we can build different agents, different models that are highly customizable and highly specialized to perform well for specific use cases. And that's where, like, we kind of bias because we already believe that, like some people, when you're talking, like, who invents the AI and, like, Sam Altman, like, it's not true. It's like, it doesn't mean that OpenAI, like, is the biggest player right now. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. They're going to keep the position for another 10, 25, whatever years. And that's also just one spectrum of what we have right now. We have, of course, like centralized AI, which is well-funded, well-established. But we also have a lot of other approaches, like still agentic approach or small language model approach. at some point of time, they can overcome this like centralized big AGI directions that like LLMs going on. And it could be done that we're going to have army or like just a network of different models or agents that can be coordinated, and collectively they can overperform any large language model in their capacity to perform tasks, solve problems, and so on. So I don't think that we need decentralization from the perspective, like crypto perspective, however everyone is thinking about decentralization. But I definitely think that decentralization in terms of the ownership over different models and agents, it's something that would be beneficial for all society and everyone.
I'd like to share a little like a story about like how decentralization is actually affecting like mainstream AI people. Okay, so I have a friend actually. I worked in Meta before, and I have a lot of friends working in Meta and working on AI stuff. And they were like just quit Meta and doing AI stuff, like pure Web 2 AI stuff. And they did it for a year. And then like this year I saw like their DAC in Web3 space. They're like looking for money in this space. Because there's actually really few opportunity in Web2 space because it's so multiplied by these kind of big tech companies. Every time you build a vertical use case, soon like, foundation model integrate this kind of capability, and then they lost the market. And then like they're looking for some other opportunities in other areas. Then I see the trade that a lot of like Web2 AI people are actually looking for opportunities in Web3 in the past like 6 months. So that's why I see like it's actually because these kind of big tech giants are monopolizing the market, it's actually starting to hurt the market somehow and trying to push in these kind of talents into this Web3 space because people see a different opportunity and see different vision here. I think that's really important.
Yeah, that seems true because of the openness of nature of this. Like all these big companies are very closed, and they there's very rigorous process of how they release the models, and like legal at Google probably has more influence over how the model end up being rather than engineering. You basically say that we're very early, and there's room. Then we also need to build like just better products, and agentic systems might be a big part of that. And my last question is, what do you think is the top priority in terms of focus? Okay, so we're early, we need better products, we believe in agents and models and smaller models, but what is the top priority to enable decentralized AI stack? We don't have a lot of time, but if you have like a specific idea and you can explain why, super curious.
I can start. So from my side, I think the top priority is to give right instruments, right tools, to think about agents and models, not in a context of deep tech, like how deep and well is designed, but from the perspective like how well I can establish feedback loop between end user and a team who is building this agent or model. Because that's the only way to actually iterate it in some meaningful way, instead of just like running for stupid numbers, which doesn't make sense in many cases.
I can go next. So I would say make it super easy for people to contribute in the creation of AI and incentivize them for it. Tokenize the value so they are incentivized. It's super easy for them to contribute and just create good models.
Actually, I see a similar pattern between crypto and AI in today's trade. Is actually AI is lack of AI applications. And crypto is also a lack of applications. So people are building infra like crazily, right? But I feel like when combine crypto and AI, it's possible that we can bring more applications into AI space by using the incentivization part of crypto. So you're using the infra part of crypto to boost the AI application side, and that I think may make things different. Yeah.
Amazing. So our time is up. Thank you so much. I think it's there's a lot of actionable things to do. So we are definitely early. Definitely next year, decentralized AI infrastructure and applications will be evolving. And yeah, thank you for participating.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for coming to Open Agi Summit today. This was the last panel. This concludes the whole session. Thank you so much. Hopefully this was insightful. Hopefully this was a good networking opportunity, and otherwise just a good time with everybody here. A few notes. We'll be closing everything down in 15 minutes. During those 15 minutes, feel free to grab any of the free food here, also free drinks here, but please do not take the drinks out of this general zone. Otherwise, in 15 minutes, we'll be kind of putting everything away. But I hope you enjoyed the day, and please have a wonderful night.
Estamos en la disco y me siento muy finito. Música pa' bailar. Estamos en la disco y me siento muy finito. Música sin parar. Estamos en la disco y me siento muy finito. Música pa' bailar.